now, they're not all original because some of them are things I've heard people say, and then they stuck with me through life. And so I shared them. I got a chance to pick the music. I went to wherever I went and listened to a whole bunch of music and brought a song. And I told them, this is the song I want you to put to it. And then they do the formulas behind the scenes. They know what types of pictures to choose and all of that. And they put it together. And now I get to bring it to my community. What happens when you actually get your own subscription, which we are giving away 7. So since you just watched that, you can actually send an email to Synergy at the MAPS event and say, I positively primed, and you will be entered into the 7-day challenge. So if someone will put our email address into the chat for everyone, Synergy at the mapsevent.com, then anyone who just watched that, it's not too late, because we're going to pull the names tonight. Because of the time zones, you don't have to be there, but we're going to give away 6 months free subscription. When you have a subscription, you don't just get access to the session that I created. You also get access to a bunch of other sessions, and there's all different topics, and people have affirmations in there, and there are more gorgeous pictures and more cool music, and you get the opportunity to customize it. So you can add pictures of yourself. That helps your brain. You can have goals. You can have places you want to travel. You can upload those, upload pictures of people you love, write your own affirmations. You can upload it, and it's just going to automatically pop those things up at different times as you watch it. So it is really powerful. And again, 3 minutes a day, they found that you get a 6 to 8 hour positive impact on the brain. So when I was creating mine, I say, listen, I want to be able to use mine for adults, but I want it to be able to be used for children also. So I said, I want to make sure a good number of the pictures have children in them, because when I'm working with kids, I want to be able to use this session with them. So there are really some cool things about it. So we are going to pull names today. And somebody said, if our name is not drawn today, how do we connect? Okay, there should be a link on our page for a 10-day free subscription, so you can try it out. So if your name isn't drawn today, you can click on the link for a 10-day subscription. If you want to buy it yourself, it's $199 a year, and you get unlimited access. The cool thing about it is when you buy that subscription for $199, they give you 4 additional subscriptions. So you can give it to people in your family, you can give it to children, and then they can customize their own. So they're not watching your session. You can actually give them a session. So you're really getting 5 subscriptions for $199. And I can tell you, it is really an awesome tool. And when you put your picture, when you put your name, when you put things in there that you want to do, and that's flashing in front of your brain. The other thing I forgot to mention, there are affirmations in there, and when you speed it up, you might not be able to read every single word. The way the technology works is you do not have to read every single word. You just relax and watch it and let your brain do the work. It's all about getting your brain to the place where it is positively primed. Miata just put that into the link. So yes, I'm a big fan. The lady who opened the event last year, Kim Serafini, and came back this year to help us kick off the Challenge Monday, is the person who invented this. And Jack Canfield, I believe, has a session on there. Several people you will recognize. It's very well respected. So I love it. And the fact that I can use it with adults and children is something that I'm really fond of. So thank you all so much. And remember, you can get in. You go to Synergy and say, hey, I positively primed today. And I say, just type one word in there and tell me how you felt afterwards, and you can be in the drawing. Okay. All right. So now this is going to be interesting. We are moving on to Alan Stevens. Hello, Alan.
G'day there. How's everyone doing?
The floor is yours, sir. Thank you for being here.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the invitation. Okay, so I don't see myself on the screen there yet. So can you hear me okay? Good. Rightio. What I'm going to do is share my screen and take you through a few things around communications. So if I can just get the share working here first of all, and you can see that okay? Excellent. Rightio. What I want to speak to you about first of all is give you a little bit of my history in the past and why being able to communicate with people is so important. Now, my background, I work with organisations like the Federal Police here in Australia, the Tax Office, businesses of all sizes, but also with parents and school teachers as well. Everything I do is around helping you to understand how to read people, to be able to understand someone's personality and be able to connect with them more effectively. In the last year, I spoke in over 90 interviews around the world. I've also spoken on a lot of mental health forums and also on leadership forums. This year, I was also one of 50 speakers on a women's platform where I was the only male speaker. So the stuff that I'm going to mention today is extremely important when it comes to communicating with people and being able to connect with them successfully. In the last 2 years, there's just some of the awards. I've been a finalist in actually now over 15 awards in the last 3 years, walking away now with 7 of them so far, and 1 more to go in the selection this year. It's been everything from Education Business of the Year, Business Person of the Year, Overall Business of the Year, also in the Social Change Maker of the Year, and also the Man of Influence here in Australia, and presently up for the Man to Watch in Australia as well. All of the courses, everything that I do has now been certified as Certified Learning Solution. So anybody who does a course here in Australia can do my courses to be able to, if they're a professional, such as a doctor, a dentist, finance brokers, real estate agents, etc., they need to keep their qualifications up by getting points through the year by doing additional courses. Here in Australia, my courses are now recognised as Certified Learning Solutions across all industries in Australia and also Asia. As far as the work I'm doing, my background was that I wasn't really good at reading people. The things I want to talk to you about today, anybody can learn. Each and every one of you are excellent profilers. You work with young children. You used to look at people around you. You recognize their facial features. You knew whether they were friends, whether they were somebody you should be around, somebody you shouldn't be around. You also recognized their emotions through their body language and expressions. Being able to pick those things up, whereas part of our survival as young children. As we get older, we forget skills. And as we forget those skills, because we're doing other things like, we're working with going to work, we're going to school, we're doing all different things, we lose skills along the way. What we're going to do today is bring some of those skills back for you. My background, I've been through 2 divorces. I've been through a lot of broken relationships. I've even had business partners who emptied the bank out. About 2009, I realised I really needed to learn how to read people more effectively. And that's when I got into profiling people. Everything that I do when it comes to reading people is about building relationships, being able to build better negotiations. Now, this is the same thing. If you're talking with your children or with your partner, you want to be able to build a stronger relationship. You need to be able to understand what's motivating them, how they feel about things. At the same time, you want to uncover whether they're telling you the truth as well. Not so much as a lie detector, but more as a truth seeker. If somebody's upset, I want to know why they're upset. The thing to look at in this life is that everything is connected. If we look at the workplace and also at home, one of the things that people will tell you is that when you go to work, forget about and leave the things that the problems you've had at home at the door when you go into work. When you leave work, leave the problems that you had at work before you go home. Don't take them in the home. The problem is with that, it doesn't work. We are all emotional beings. It comes down to everything that we feel, we are going to express wherever we go. We are emotional beings. We're only about 17% logical and 83% emotion. So everything we feel, we're going to express outwardly, and it's going to affect other people. At work, they were saying that about 87% of people don't want to be at work. If they're not happy at work, they're going home and they're not happy with their spouse as well. They're taking the problems home, and that breaks down the relationship. The end result with that is that you've got an unhappy life with your partner. This is where some of the domestic violence has come from. This is where children aren't having a happy life at home. We find that we then take that back to the workplace and the problem escalates. We need to be able to connect with people. Now, as a profiler, I realized that there are 4 things that you need to remember when you're dealing with people. Everybody is suffering and everybody is insecure. Everybody wears a mask. Everybody pretends they're not wearing a mask, and we're all the product of our childhood sufferings and rewards. So once we realize that, whenever we're talking to somebody, remember that what they're talking about is not, that particular time is not necessarily the bigger issue. Being able to listen to people and work out what's going on in the background is going to tell you a lot more information. Find the right reason as to what's going on. Now, one of the things that I realized that with all of that, things like domestic violence, all the other issues that were going on, there were things like Me Too and Men Too. Now, Me Too came out in 2016 to highlight the problems that were affecting the affecting the women. Now, with that, sorry, I'm getting some feedback here on the thing. Okay, Me Too was all about the women being able to highlight the problems that were going on. Men Too came out in 2018 to try and cover some of the things that were going back the other way. In both groups, we're pointing the fingers at each other. The problem is we don't have proper communication in that situation. This is where we have problems. I created the Campfire Project and the hashtag We Together, and that's all about being able to bring people together, have mutual conversations, a place of respect between men and women. In 2018, I started the Campfire Project originally as a place for men where they could come in and tell their stories. The faces here, the people from all over the world. Now, with the Campfire Project, it's not just a men's group. I've had women in there from day one. The men that I interviewed, first of all, though, because I wanted to make sure that the men had the opportunity to be able to speak and for the women to be able to hear how men could speak when they felt safe to do so. Brian Cardoza, for instance, up the top here, he was 6 years old when his brother sold him for sex, and those rapes went on for 3 years. Mark Nuss, he works with the Destiny Rescue, which is a group that go into Asia undercover to recover children from sex slavery. Jody Rose. Jody was a woman up until the age of 21, and then he transitioned to into a male. D'Angelo Singh, he watched his father stab his mother to death while he was protecting his 2 younger brothers and sisters, 15 stab wounds. Kyrie, he's interviewed by this stage probably well over 1,000 people. Back then, at the age of 27, he'd already interviewed 870 people on death row in all different areas. Rob Decker was actually accused by his girlfriend of assault. To get away from the police, he jumped out of the window of his second-story apartment, hitting the awnings on the way down, ended up in hospital, and later on they found out that the stories were not true about him. Paul Stretton-Stevens, a coach who in England, originally from the military, now from then a school teacher, he's now a coach and was legally blind. Kenny Mamarela Cruz, he and his family escaped the Idi Amin regime. came to Australia, and he's actually worked with people like Mother Teresa and now runs men's groups. I had the privilege of speaking to all of these men one-on-one. I then brought them into panel discussions where we started talking about issues that were affecting men, their partners, their communities. And in that process, this is when we started talking about things like pornography, masculinity, femininity, drugs, alcohol, all the things were affecting men in their society, in our societies. It was at this point that the women sent me messages and said, we love these guys. We've never heard them talk so deeply about their emotions, nor have we at the same time also talking so wisely about the things that were affecting the communities and their families. And the women wanted to get involved, which is what I was waiting for. Because as I said before, we don't fix problems by pointing fingers at each other. We fix problems by coming together and having conversations where we look at how do we together solve the solution, find the solutions to these problems. They've got to be respectful conversations or they just don't work. So as I said, now with the women, we've had a total of over 340 one-on-one conversations. If I look at Simone O'Brien down here, probably one of the worst domestic violence attacks I'd ever heard of. He's a lady here in Australia. She had separated from her husband many years earlier. She had 2 daughters. She decided to get back into the dating field, met a gentleman. They started dating for a while and she broke the relationship off by text. He came around with a baseball bat. He attacked her with the baseball bat. They believe somewhere between 45 to 50 strikes around the head, completely shattered her skull. The only reason that she's still alive today is as the brain swelled, the skull went with it. If it hadn't, then she would have ended up with brain damage. From her conversations now, she speaks on domestic violence regularly. Now, what actually happened was her husband had to come back and look after the children while she was in hospital going through all the surgeries to recover. And the beautiful part of the story is that they rekindled their love and remarried. Because the reason they separated when they were younger was because they were too young. And then she said they had too much money and just didn't understand life. Again, communication wasn't there. But now, after that trauma, there is the communication is coming in. Angela Heiser up here. One of the things that as a leader is my job is to make myself redundant. I've had men and women now step up and start running one-on-one conversations and also run the panel discussions. Angela in particular has really stepped up and she's running a lot of those with us. So the Campfire Project is not a group just for men. It's a group for everybody, all genders, all religions and all cultures together in the all the talks. As I said, we've had 170 panel discussions and they're going up all the time. I've got another 3 this coming week. So we're really getting into conversations around what's affecting our communities. The result is that a lot of the men and women are now doing joint ventures. Those of you who are coaches in particular, one of the things we're looking for in the Campfire Project is for people to come in, share their stories. And if you're a coach, come in and share your story, talk about why you're doing what you're doing, the importance of it. Then from there, if you're running an event, once you've done a one-on-one, you have credibility with everybody in the group. If you then want to step up and come into panel discussions, we want you in there as well. But if you're then running any events, we would love you then to come in and share those events with us so we can share those to the world and let more people know what it is that you do and how we can then promote you. If you happen to be running a group of your own, then we'd love you to come in and talk about your group, because once we've heard your story and the importance of your group, then we can share that to the world as well. Because everything's our communication, we've lost so much, and it's important that we actually start getting out there and supporting each other. I prefer to go out and advocate for other people and have them advocate for me in return, because when you do that, the end result is you're growing faster and we've got a community. One of the biggest problems with the men that were coming in that I was seeing in society was that they were all trying to be the man. We see it in our politicians, we see it in our sporting stars. and we see it in our business people. Everybody wanting to be out there in front and impressing everybody. The problem with that is that when you're trying to impress everybody, you're not really connecting with people, you're disconnecting. The people who think they are the best aren't the best at all, because people aren't taking any notice of them. They notice them because of the wrong things they're doing, but there's no admiration for them. There's no support for them. By being a man or being a woman, you want to be the best version of yourself. And when you're the best version of yourself, the end result is that you have a community, because who do you want around you is other people who are doing exactly the same thing. So it's all about being able to build stronger relationships, being able to talk to people in the right way. Out of the Campfire Project, what we've also got now is a new charity that's raised up, which is the Business of Smiles. You'll see these yellow socks that the young fellas are holding up here. The little black dots, the tough times you go through in your life, you're not going to get out of them. They're going to happen regardless. But the yellow, the warmth of the winter sun, the camaraderie of having the right support around you. So the Business of Smiles, what we do is we walk up to people in the street, thank them for hanging in through COVID, thanking them for doing these, supporting other people, but also pointing out to them that, with the floods that we've had over here, and also the fires, thanking them for hanging in there. And we ask them if we can gift them a pair of socks. If they take the socks, we then ask them if we can tell them the story about the socks. That generally opens up their hearts very quickly, and they start talking about what they've been going through. We become the eyes and ears to listen to them. At that point, we've now got this group which the Campfire Project on its own has done something that no other group worldwide has done. It's brought equality. At the same time, we're finding that if we look around with the United Nations, they support over 197 different days. We've got them for just about everything you can think of. We even have International Toilet Day. The 2 days things that they don't cover are International Men's Day or anything for boys. Jerome T. Luxon in Trinidad created International Men's Day on the 19th of November in 1999, and he's been trying to get it recognised by the UN ever since. This is one of the reasons why we're having problems today, is that we don't have equality. We're talking about going towards equality, but we're not getting there. We're swinging the pendulum backwards and forwards, but not we're bringing it to the middle position. I'm working with Jerome at the moment to see if we can get International Men's Day and also the World Day of the Boy Child recognised by the United Nations. Then with the We Together movement, getting that recognised as well, because that brings the pendulum back to the middle. It's where men and women equally talk about everything that they need to talk about. In the Campfire Project, as I said, we've had all genders, all religions, all cultures. The oldest person I've interviewed in there is 99 years old. The youngest person to interview his father, going away and finding his own questions, holding the interview for over an hour, was 9 years old. I've interviewed males who have transitioned to females, females who have transitioned to males, all genders, all religions, all cultures. Everybody is welcome in the group. There's only one thing that needs to be done, and that is that you are respectful to everybody. 2 questions when you join the Facebook group, and I'd love you all to do that. And that is, will you respect everybody? And everyone said, why'd you ask the question twice? And I said, there's your 2 chances. You don't get a third. When you come in, my job and the others now who do the one-on-ones, our job is to hold your space to make sure that you're protected. And so for that reason, we're pretty strict on people being disrespectful. In all that time, as I said, we've had all those conversations, and not once has there been any bigotry, sexism or racism. And not once has anybody been disrespectful to anybody else. Now, when it comes to communicating, this is the part that I really wanted to get into. We have our words, we have our tone of voice, and we have our body language. If anybody wants to, they can stick some comments in the chat box if they haven't know the actual numbers. But if I asked you how much you thought the words, the importance of the words, the end result is, the truth is that the words aren't that important. It's the way we say the words, the tone of voice, the body language. Words only make about 7% of the communication when we're talking to somebody. The tone of voice is 38%. The body language is worth 55%. Now, you might say that the body language must disappear when you're talking to somebody on a phone. You will find that the tone of voice will then project through and show you, to virtually tell you what the body language is doing as well. Words only go up to 7% when you're on the phone. 17%, sorry. From 7 to 17%. So the words aren't that important. The way we say things and the way we handle our behaviors towards people have more impact than anything else. As I often say to people, I can't hear a word you're saying because your actions are deafening. Always think about what you're actually projecting and how you're doing things. As I said, words aren't important. If I'm talking to you, what I'm going to be wanting is to actually hear you and see you. What we find is that we have 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. Use them in that proportion. We've just had Are You OK Day over here in Australia, and I think it may have been around the world as well. And in that case, we ask people, how are you feeling today? You okay? And people say, well, I find it difficult getting into conversations with people. Don't worry about what you're going to say. Listen. Sit down and take stock of somebody. Listen to what they're saying and watch them as well. Use your eyes and ears in that proportion. When I'm using my mouth, excuse me, I'm asking questions before I do anything else. There is records at the moment are saying that the research, when somebody starts talking about the problems they've got, it takes around about 19 seconds before somebody jumps in with some solutions and tells them what they should be doing. In 19 seconds, you can't get any information. There's not enough time. You need to be able to stop and listen to somebody. So when it comes to my mouth, I ask questions, and I always say to people, ask every question you can think of when you're talking to the person, and then ask one more. Because when you ask more questions, you get more answers, you understand them more deeply. And the last question I always ask is, from what you've been telling me, I understand this is what you've been saying. Have I got it right? The person will then tell you yes or no. If they tell you yes, then you know you've got that right, but they also know that you've been listening, that you've taken time, you've taken stock of what they've been saying. When it comes to the person who says, no, you've got it wrong, they will correct you. You're into a conversation. That's a win as well. So putting your focus on the other person. One of the things that I love, on my other screen here, I've got all your faces here, but there's only a few of you here. And thank you for those who have left your cameras on, because I can see you. While I'm looking at you, your facial features are telling me your personality. And this is the area where I really work. And this is what I teach people how to do. Your facial features tell me your personality. If I can see your photograph, like I can see Judy's here, I can see her personality there. I know that she's fairly laid back. I know she's self-reliant. She likes to do things herself when she's working with people, and that she's quite happy to just go along and work on her own. I can see that she has what I call dramatic appreciation. This is just from a photograph. So I know that she expresses herself really well, but I know that she's fairly laid back as well. The facial features tell me everything that I need. Once I've got your facial features, then I know how to change the way that I like to be spoken to match the way that you need to be spoken to. From there, then I've got the feedback of what they call the micro expressions, and I've got their body language as well. The micro expressions are little twitches on the face that give away what you're feeling. When anything happens around you, you can't help yourself. You're going to express outwardly in your expressions. That can be as fast as 1/5 of a second down to 1/25 of a second. It's something that you can't control. It just happens. Unconsciously we respond, then our conscious mind steps in. But in that time where you unconsciously responded, I have your emotion straight away. And if I can read you and understand how you take information in and process it, I know how you're going to react in any given situation. I know how to put my language together. Once I've got the language together, I've then got the confirmation, as I said. Body language, there is so much to take in. We take in about 2 million bits of information every second, and we process only 134 bits, plus or minus a little bit. The end result is there's so much information that we're missing. So if you're worried about what a person is saying and listening to the words alone, you're missing so much more. The real information is in the non-verbals. In the micro expressions, well, the facial features, the structure of our face, we hold over 43 muscles in our face. We can pull over 10,000 expressions, I believe. There are 3,000 that Paul Ekman, who, did most of the research on the micro expressions, came up with. And those those 3,000 expressions he's mapped out, put into a manual, and you can go and learn all of those. Or there are 7 expressions that I've got on the screen here, which are universal. It doesn't matter if you're been blind from birth, whether you're living in a tribal village or a capital city. If you feel any one of those emotions, you will have that corresponding expression on your face. It will appear and go very quickly. This is why I say use your eyes and watch and listen to somebody, to the way in which they're saying things, but watch their facial expressions and body language as well. But I don't use that as a lie detector. I know when Paul did his training and then went out and trained others like the CA, Border Control, and all the others, it was about catching criminals. I'm using it to want to understand you. So if something is triggered, how do I talk to you in a way in which, how do I bring that back? So I'm using it as a lie, not as a lie detector, but as a truth seeker. When it comes to communicating with words, the structure in the way in which your words is important if you're trying to find out information from somebody. You may have seen this experiment before where they've had an equal amount in rocks, large rocks, smaller rocks, and sand. If you put the sand in first by trying to get yes and no answers from people, you're not going to be able to then find out more information. They did this experiment. If you put the larger rocks in first, then you put the smaller rocks in, the smaller rocks will take up spaces. Then when you put the sand in, it will fill all the space and you get the whole story. In this particular version, when you ask questions the wrong way around, you only get part of the story. So, and every story, by asking the right questions, you're uncovering the needs and wants and the truth of what the person really is trying to conceal. The open questions, probing questions and closed questions, the open questions are not the why, what, when, where's, and how's. The open questions are the explain, describe, tell me what's going on. People will give you a lot of information at that point. Then ask a few, go deeper, then go, well, what happened here? How did that happen? Who was there, etc.? This is where we use the 5 W's and the H. In that particular case, when we're using this, if you really want to find out whether someone's telling the truth, mix them up, take them backwards and forwards. People can't tell a lie from the beginning to the end, from the end back to the beginning. They've got to start from the beginning and work to the end. It's got to be in a structured order. So you can ask questions that will start to make them nervous and they will start to, this is when the expressions and the body language will start to give away the truth. Then we can ask the yes and no answers. This is when we get the final information. The face, as I said, will give away all those expressions. So when you're asking somebody questions in this format, they're quite happy. The face won't give away much at all. But when you start then trying to fill in some of the gaps, this is when the micro expressions and body language start to come out. Then we start to get into the yes and no answers. This is when they really get nervous. And this is where their face will leak information for you. This is the best lie detector that there is, by asking questions and watching through their body language and expressions. When it comes to, and I know I'm running out of time here very quickly, so I'm going to move quickly on this one. When it comes to the body language, when we're communicating with people, to really connect with them, we need to know how they like to be spoken to, how much information they like to receive, in what order they like to receive it. Now, at the moment, everybody on my screen looks fairly small. But if I can just say that when I look at Flora, I can see that she likes to get the overview, the least amount of information, and she can make a decision really quickly. And if I look at Judy, for instance, Judy's more analytical. She needs more information before she makes a decision. So if Judy is talking to Flora and Judy's giving Flora the information that she would need herself to make a decision, Flora is likely to get turned off or actually try and finish her sentences off because it's going to be too much information. If Flora was on a mountain peak, and we told her she had to go to another mountain peak, she would like to know where the bridge is. Let's not waste time. Let's just get there. Whereas with Judy, I know that she's going to go down the mountain peak, picking up information, go across the valley and work out if she even wants to go up the other side or not. So she's
Alan,
going to take more time.
Alan, I'm so sorry. If you could just wrap it up in a minute for
Yep.
me and put your information in the chat. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Okay, so virtually very quickly, the way the body, as I said, everything you feel inside, you express outwardly. If you lift weights, you're going to build muscles. You put those two together. This is why your face gives away all your personality through the facial features. I'll just finish off there. If you take that link down, my website with the word free at the front, at the end of it, there's a free course there that you can download. I'll put the details in the chat box in a moment. You can download, you can then work out, do some playing with this and learn a few of the traits and test them out for yourself. If you want to find out more information about me, that's my link, which will give you all the information about the Campfire Project, the Business of Smiles, and all of the other information that I've been talking about. Anyway, thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much. Very, definitely very informative. I definitely have questions for you, but I'll stick them in the chat. So we're moving right along. Oh, and don't forget to put your information in the chat if you haven't already. We appreciate it. So thank you. So we're moving right along to Miss Alicia. I think I'm saying this right, Alicia, if I said that right. She is a psychological wellness practitioner and a resilience coach. And today she will be focusing on mirror image clarity and focus. So the floor is yours. 1 second, we'll get you unmuted and there you go.
All right. We ready now? Okay. All right. I'll start all over again. My name is Alicia. I am a 30+ year psychological wellness practitioner. And just recently a resiliency coach. And by recently, I mean within the last 6 years. And I'm gonna tell you a quick story. I'm gonna think about time here. I birthed this my business, Elevation Resiliency Coaching, based on the fact that in corporate, I had a stroke and was told that I lied so I could have a few days off. And then from there, I took that and had to work for this person for another year or so, but I had to make a decision and I had to become very emotionally intelligent. Working as that practitioner for so long, I manifested resilience in everyone else, but I forgot about myself. So in that, I learned about so many things over the years. I decided to manifest into my coaching business. And here lies where we are today. And what I'm going to talk about is decision making, because that is so important as an employee, as well as an executive, a leader, a manager. So I'm going to I work under the cognitive model, if you have ever heard of that, okay? So what I'm going to talk about is how to build that clarity and focus and how to use it to represent who you are, hence the mirror image, okay? So when there's a big conflict, whether it's a personal conflict like I had, being physically restricted, and then being emotionally traumatized because I was told I was lying about this situation. I fabricated a situation that could have taken me out, right? So I had to make a decision. I got to stay here and look at this person at least for another year, So how am I going to do that? So in making a decision, I couldn't panic at that time. I had to make sure that I took advantage of all that I knew about emotional intelligence and how this would help me push through. The first step is to simply just breathe and give yourself a moment to think about it. Don't make impulsive decisions. Just slow down your brain and make a decision. And emotional intelligence is about understanding that other person. And what I realized was he was lacking in the emotional intelligence department. That's what I had to realize. On the other side, I had to accept that making the important decisions is very challenging, but you always going to aim for empathy and integrity. I was so angry, but I couldn't show that all the time. I had clients to work with. I was his subordinate. So I had to come to this man like I wasn't angry. So that's a decision I had to make, to do this with empathy and integrity. Then I had to aim to reduce my stress level and the anxiety of others. Because sometimes that thing can trickle down. If you carry anger, it's like a domino effect. I didn't want to be that one. I didn't want to be in a team meeting and making everybody angry. So I had to make that decision. I had to involve myself more. I had to consult with different people. You have your family, your friends. Consult with anybody. And as a manager, consult with your team. Always foster a collaborative mindset. Now, I'm going to give you the decision model. How do you decide to make quality decisions? You see, this is based on two things. Decisions are reflections of you. Always remember that. A decision is a reflection of you. And two, lead with clarity and focus, and you'll have more positive outcomes. Okay, and remembering that, let's look at this decision model. D in decide. Define the problem. Just take a moment, slow down, and define the problem. E, establish the criteria. Establish what are you going to do? What is it that you're about to do? And how can you move forward with integrity and with empathy? C, consider all of your alternatives. Consider what can happen in any given situation. I, identify the best alternative. So when you've considered everything that can happen, identify which one would be the best in that situation. D, develop and implement a plan of action. How are you going to move forward from what just occurred? E, evaluate and monitor the solution, elevating your decision-making skills. And I want to say this, don't allow cognitive biases to destroy your integrity or your empathy for others and for yourself. What I mean by that, past experiences. So each decision I made after that happened, I couldn't think about the past. I had to think about my future and how I was going to move forward in that future. Example, if I continue to be angry about the situation, what are some bad outcomes that could have been? What is one of the worst outcomes that could have been that he could have taken advantage of because he was my subordinate? I could have been terminated. And who would that have looked bad on? My integrity. So just think about that. Don't worry about dampened outcomes, other outcomes that didn't go so well. Don't worry about that. Think about you and how it will reflect who you are in that moment. You want a mirror image, and you want to make your decisions with clarity and with empathy. And I'm going to close with this, with two things. Remember the things that you can control and the things that you can't control. But the things that you can control when you are making decisions are your thoughts, your words, your actions, your behaviors, and your feelings. When you're making that decisions, those are the things that you can control. Emotional intelligence is more than a way of life. It is a positive, quintessential, life-changing, and vibrant experience. And this is one of my muse. Her name is Maya Angelou, and this is what she said. I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. I'm Alicia Hurt, resiliency coach, elevation resiliency coaching, and I appreciate you all, and I've enjoyed every bit of it. Thank you.
Alicia, that was impactful. I do have a quick thing. Can you put the breakdown of the word that you just went over in the chat? Was it decision or decide
It
or
was decide.
decide? Yes, please. I'd love
Sure.
to add that to my tools for everyday life. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you.
any of your information that you have, you can also put that in the chat as well.
Absolutely.
So moving along, we
Can I
have
just
our
say
sure.
something before we move along?
Sure.
Thank you. Alicia, that was beautiful. And I
Thank
just
you.
want you all to know that she contributes so much to this community. I think she did 2 presentations in the young people's room today, but she also writes for us. She writes beautiful blog articles for this community. You all should definitely check them out. Follow her. She's volunteered as an ambassador, so she's going to get out there and do some interviews and things for us. I just want to mention some of these things as we go along because people keep saying, Elaine, how did you pull all of this together? And I keep telling everybody the secret. I don't pull it all together. I didn't get a chance to tell y'all, but Dr. Renee was my co-host in the kids' room this morning. And when I was popping in and out, she ran the show like a pro. She brought Santa Claus from the North Pole, wherever she got him from, and he answered questions. And she brought puppies with bows, and she brought a talking parrot that she had on her shoulder while she's presenting. He's picking her earrings, and she still entertained the children, had beautiful animated PowerPoints that she used to teach the children beautiful lessons. So I just wanted to talk about these 2 ladies for a minute since we had time to spare and let you all know when I say it's a community and every single one of you presenters, if you leave here and you don't feel like, wow, we did a good thing, if you feel like, oh, Elaine did a good thing, then I failed. This is a community. We did this together. It's a gift of wellness for the world. So thank you. I just wanted to tell you all about those 2 ladies.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Elaine, and thanks to everyone that participates and adds to the community. So we are going to move on to our next presenters, Oliver and Denise Marcel. They're both coaches and consultants. And today they will be talking about leveling your communication and the three components of effective conversation. You guys can take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Good
for the
afternoon,
introduction.
everyone.
And thank you to Elaine and the squad for the opportunity to be a part of this phenomenal experience.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. I don't
Yeah.
have any other words. I mean, it's just so many phenomenal gems and nuggets of information and advice has gone forth throughout the last several days, and we're just glad to be a part of it. So listen, we're not going to be here too long. We're going to share a couple of things with you, and then we're going to move on and see what's next. As stated, we're Oliver and Denise. Some of you got to see me yesterday, and I feel like I look pretty good on camera. I'm not conceited, but I feel like I look pretty good. But when I have her, the whole scenery changes when I have her beside me. So she makes me look way better than I should look. So I'm happy to have her with me just to share today. And we are coaches, we are marriage strategists, we are passionate about all things relationships, and we want to talk a little bit today about communication.
Yeah.
Now, before we get into it, I'm going to hold something up to the screen. I'm going to see if my camera will pick it up and allow you to see it. Can anybody tell me what that is? What does that look like? Put that in the chat if you know what that is.
It's a level, right?
Yeah.
Or just come out and say, yeah. It's a leveler. So what is a leveler used for? Anybody can just shout that out. What is it used for? What do we use that for?
To make sure things are straight.
To make
I
sure
guess.
things are straight.
Mhm.
Yeah. And how do you know that it's straight?
Because everything is, I guess, equal or leveled.
Yep.
They all, yeah.
Because the
There's
bubble stays in the middle.
Who said that? Sebastian, right?
Yes.
The bubble stays in the middle. That's how you know it's level. So listen, we're going to use a simple tool, a leveler.
Mine.
In case you want to.
It's pink. It's
Yeah,
mine.
it's, I don't have any pink tools. I'm not against it, but I don't have any. They're all hers. So we're going to use that because we often use some very practical everyday things to really bring across a point.
Mhm.
And we all know that communication is pretty much the lifeblood. If you look at relationships as a body, I would dare say that communication is one of the bodily fluids that is necessary. In order for your relationship to thrive, you must be able to communicate effectively. And a component of that communication is conversation.
Yeah.
Right. Conversation is used for a lot of ways. It's used to help me understand her. It's used to help me learn more about her. It's used to help me express things to her that need to be expressed. And often we find ourselves in scenarios where the communication is not level for whatever reason. Either one person is talking too much, one person is not talking enough, one person isn't talking right. There's things like tone and timing and temperature that we won't get into, but those are all phenomenal components and pieces that make conversation right.
Right. And we
Mhm.
it was trial and error for us. It was trial and error for us because
That's an understatement.
in the beginning of our relationship, we were not on the same page. And sometimes still today, we have to, pull out the communication tactics because we had to learn each other's communication style. We had to understand each other. It was a whole learning curve. And so in the beginning of our relationship, that caused a lot of issues because we weren't communicating effectively. And hence why we came up with this program, if you will, on how to help that along.
And here's the thing, right? I'm not gonna put everybody in the same bucket.
Mhm.
There are some people who communicate just fine. Just like there are some people who can hang a picture without this.
Right.
Listen, let me tell you something. Her mother-in-law, my mother-in-law, her mother, if someone were to hire her, a blinds company or a window dressing company, they would be blown away. This woman has not taken out a measuring tape, has not used a leveler in her entire life. She will come in here and say, oh, you know what? This window is
80 something by
75 by 76. Go get this. And we would get it and it would fit perfectly. So there are some people who can do that. We weren't those people. We could not communicate effectively. There were some tools and tips that we had to use. And so we're going to talk about 3 of those components of a healthy conversation. I'm going to use everybody that's in this grid right here as our note takers. So you can throw all this stuff in the chat. I'm going to give you all 3 of them right now, and then we'll go back and talk about them. The 3 components that we often take our couples through when they come to us with communication issues are, what are they?
Go ahead.
I put her on the spot. She was looking for something. The 3 components of effective, productive communication are explanation, clarification, and negotiation. Clarification, define the problem, establish the criteria. I'm trying to read these as well. Develop. Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I need that too. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in the chat. So explanation, clarification, and negotiation. Okay. Now, honestly, to be very transparent, they are just what they sound like they are. The issue that we see often is that couples don't always go through that entire process.
All of the process, right? All 3 phases.
They don't go through all 3
They
phases.
get stuck at either the first or the second one.
Right. So often we would get stuck with explanation. Talk about what explanation is, even though it's self-explanatory.
Yeah. So explanation is just like it says, I'm explaining the situation or the concern that I have to you.
Mhm.
I'm explaining it and giving my point of view, how I feel, how whatever happened made me feel. I'm explaining the whole scenario from my point of view.
Right. And you can think of conversations that you've had where you have had to say, hey, you know what, this happened today, that happened today, the other happened today, and you start to explain yourself.
Mhm.
Or you may be in a conflict type situation where you're trying to manage conflict and you're trying to explain yourself, explain your actions, explain why you did something, why you didn't do something. What often happens is that couples tend to get stuck there.
Yeah.
They tend to get stuck there because in the explanation phase, that's often when arguments start.
Mhm.
And we can talk about ourselves. Now, anybody who knows us, and what you'll learn about us is that we use ourselves.
Yeah.
So often when we're talking about the craziness that happened, you don't even have to speculate, or
It probably happened.
right.
to
Yeah.
us.
You don't have to gossip about it. It's us. We're talking about us. So in the beginning of our relationship, often we would find ourselves arguing.
Because we would get stuck there because I'm trying to explain the situation and you're trying to butt in and negate what I'm saying or say, no, that's not true, or no, that didn't happen, or no, you're thinking wrong, or no, that's not what I meant. And we would never get past that because I felt like I wasn't being heard. I wasn't able to explain what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And often, to be quite transparent, either one of our tones were off.
Yeah, or that.
So she might say something and I would completely miss everything she said just because
Because
I
of
felt
my
like she was
tone.
being reckless,
Mhm.
or I felt like she was coming for me, or vice versa. I would say something to her, and because I'm a shotgun communicator, that's a whole nother topic. But because I don't necessarily think always before I open my mouth, she would feel like she was getting arrows thrown at her.
Yeah.
So now we're not talking anymore about the issue. We're actually reacting to each other.
Right.
So we never make it to the next phase.
Yeah.
We get stuck in explanation. Now, here with the leveler, I think it was Sebastian that said the way that you know something is level when you're using this is that there's a bubble in the middle
Mhm.
and there's 2 lines. And if the bubble is in between the 2 lines, then you know that the thing that you're working with is level. So if I put this on the desk right now, you can't see the desk, but it's out of the frame. But if I put it on the desk, the bubble is in the middle,
Right.
because that shows that the desk is level. What we often tell couples is this: if you want to be able to continue through the phases with some level of success, the bubble, if you will, is your response.
Mhm.
So when we're going through and we're trying to go from explanation to clarification, what is the thing that we should be doing?
What we should be doing is foregoing our knee-jerk reaction. We don't want to, like what we in the beginning of our relationship, that's what would happen with us.
Mhm.
You would not forego your knee-jerk reaction and you would just blurt right out, butt right in, and the bubble
Yeah, was
would-
way off.
was way off. So that is just forego your knee-jerk reaction. Take a pause, take a breath, let your whoever you're speaking to, your spouse, your partner, whoever it is, let them finish what they're saying. And also don't try to think in your mind of a rebuttal of what to say.
At least not yet.
At least not yet. Let them listen to what they're saying, like literally listen to what they're saying and not listen to the thoughts in your mind of how you're going to rebut what they're saying. Forego your knee-jerk reaction.
Forego your knee-jerk reaction, and in its place, because we're not saying don't do anything.
Right.
Forego your knee-jerk reaction, but in its place, to speak to the bubble, your first response in the explanation phase is going to be an active listening response.
Mhm.
Now, what is an active listening response? I'm going to give you my version because I had a lot of trouble with this because it didn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm going to be honest. Active listening response looks like Nisi telling me something, sharing her heart, sharing her frustration, whatever it is that's happening in the explanation phase. And me, instead of trying to rebut, trying to, feel like she's coming for me, and now I'm putting up a wall and we're warring instead of having a conversation, I say to her, babe, okay, all right, so what I hear you saying is when I say such and such, it makes you feel like such and such. Okay. Is that what you're really trying to say?
Yeah, right.
That's an active listening response.
Mhm.
And here's the reason why it didn't make a lot of sense to me, because as a guy, and I'm not listen, all guys, I'm not putting you in this category, so don't worry about it. I'm out on this limb by myself. It didn't make sense to me, because I'm like, if you said it already, you don't need me to say it. Listen, I'm just going to keep it real with y'all. I'm a real guy. It didn't make sense to me. However, what I realized is what it allows us to do, it catapults us into the next phase, which is clarification.
Mhm.
Because if I use an active listening response, she has the opportunity to do one of two things. Either say, yeah, babe, that's exactly what I was saying, and now the conversation moves on. Or no, that's not what I was saying. Here's what I was trying to say. And now we get into the clarification phase.
Yeah.
And what we tell couples often is that you can stay in between those two phases as long as you need to,
necessary. Yeah.
in order to accomplish the goal of the conversation. So we may go back and forth with the active listening responses. And I may need to clarify something, because she may say, yeah, that's how I'm feeling. And then I may say, well, you know what? I understand what you're saying. And I understand why you would think that. Here's where my thought process was, which is why it came out the way it did. And so now we're going back and forth. We're not stuck in the explanation phase. We're not arguing. We're not yelling at each other. We're not throwing darts for the sake of throwing darts, and now the issue has been totally swept under the rug. We're going back and forth, and we're able to hear each other's heart because we're foregoing our knee-jerk reaction, and we're replacing that with an active listening response, which allows the conversation to flow a little bit smoother.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward. Let's say we've gone back and forth with that for a little while. The next phase, the last phase of that, is the negotiation phase.
Yeah.
What happens in negotiation phase?
So in the negotiation phase, you've explained it, you've clarified, you've gotten that part of the conversation all set. So now where do we go from there? What are we going to do with the information that we've now come to an agreement on?
Okay.
We are going to, like, I'll say to you, this is how it makes me feel. You now understand it. You use the active listening response. And so now you say to me, okay, I get it. I got it. I understand. But I know you want me home. This is just an example. I know you would prefer to me to be home by, say, 7 p.m. But, with traffic and with work, and sometimes I have appointments later on in the day, I can't guarantee that I'll be home by 7 o'clock. Can we come to some kind of an agreement where maybe I get home by 7:30, 7:45? Or if I'm not going to make it by 7 o'clock, how about if I call you and give you a time that would be better? This is all negotiation.
It's all negotiation.
And negotiation, sometimes we don't like to use that word in our relationships because it sounds too business-like, but that's what we're doing. We're negotiating.
We're trying to come to an agreement.
You can call it whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we're negotiating. Wow.
My ether. Did I say that right? I probably didn't. Forgive me.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's Miata.
Me, see, I told
Yeah.
man, please, please, I'm good for that. So just
No
know,
worries.
pray for your boy. I'm gonna get it right one day. You put in the comment ego. What was the question around that?
I was trying to see if knee-jerk reaction was equivalent to ego.
Oh.
That's a good question. So it could be depending on what the situation is, right? Knee-jerk reaction could be ego because maybe something I said kind of rubbed her the wrong way or kind of made her feel some kind of way. Or and sometimes it's just based on our misinterpretation
Mhm.
of either the tone or misinterpretation of the word choice. Because when we break this out, because we're doing this really quick because it's just 30 minutes, but when we break this out with couples, there's a lot of caveats that we have to deal with.
Mhm.
Word choice is one of them, right? Because sometimes it doesn't matter what you're trying to convey. If you're, for example, if you're using profanity, there's some people who are immediately going to go into defense mode
Yeah.
because they just can't handle profanity.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's word choice, sometimes it's ego, sometimes it's misinterpretation of tone. I am a very loud person, if you haven't already deciphered that.
If you haven't had to turn your volume down yet.
Right. If you haven't had to turn the volume down. So sometimes I'm saying something and I am completely innocent, but it sounds like I'm barking.
Yeah.
So in the beginning, she'd be like, dude, who you talking to? And now we're gone.
Yeah.
Conversation done,
Yeah.
right? We no chance of clarification or negotiation because we're in fight mode now.
Yeah.
So it could be ego, yes, to answer your question. It could be a couple of different things. And typically with couples, what we do is we use scenarios from their
Their
experience.
Yeah.
to be able to pick out and decipher what those things are, point back to those things that really keep them from moving through the phases successfully. So yeah, thank you for that question. That's awesome. So that's essentially what the process looks like in
Mhm.
terms of moving from explanation to clarification, from clarification to negotiation. And in the negotiation phase, it's not always about me getting my way as much as it is coming up with something that allows the team, which is the two of us,
Yeah.
to win out in the end.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes it is about one of us having to make some adjustments or do some things different. I can tell you a time when we were negotiating around word choice, since I brought that up. There are certain things that I would say to her, and I would always get this crazy response. And I'm like, what is wrong with this woman? I just want to know what's for dinner.
Yeah.
Like, why are we going there? And then having the conversation, because sometimes you got to have a conversation about the conversation.
Right.
And that's a whole nother topic. But we had to have a conversation and I had to say, okay, what is it that gets you to the point where we can't get past this piece of the conversation? And she was like, you know what? To be quite honest, I've never shared this with you before, but when you say this word, this word, this word, and this word, it takes me all the way back to a previous relationship. And that relationship was chaotic.
Yeah.
And there was some trauma there. And so it's a trigger. And so then that was part of her clarification for me.
Yeah.
Then the negotiation was, okay, listen, I understand what the point you're trying to get across. I know you're not coming for me. In the future, could you just avoid these kinds of words, this kind of tone?
Mhm.
That's part of the negotiation phase. So just in a quick and dirty way of what that looks like. And then now you come away with a blueprint for how you can approach future conversations that may fit into that category or other categories. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell: explanation, clarification, and negotiation, with the kicker being the active listening response.
Yeah.
The thing that we see so often is that couples have, and as we did, a very difficult time listening
Mhm.
and listening well.
Yeah. And I think that's because a lot of times, especially when it's a conflict type conversation, we get offended so easily by what our spouse is saying. And, sometimes we got to throw offense out of the window because it is not warranted a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And so I think we just have to be really open to listening.
Have to be open to listening. And even if we take it out of the marital or personal relationship
Period.
context,
Yeah, just
and we
period.
put it in, let's say, the corporate space,
Mm.
these things still apply. Many
Yep.
people can probably attest or have witnessed conversations go way left in the workplace because we weren't able to successfully navigate those three areas.
Right.
One person said something and it was way out of pocket, or at least we felt like it was way out of pocket. And then we shot back as a result. And now we're in a shooting match as opposed to trying to solve whatever the issue is, or trying to complete whatever the project is. And so
Right.
it's transferable in all spaces. Any conversations that you're having, you have to be cognizant of that, of, okay, let me shoot back an active listening response.
Right.
Because what I tell couples all the time is that when you shoot back an active listening response, you force the other person into clarification.
Right.
You force them into clarification, whether they want to or not, because they only have two choices. Yeah, that's what I was saying, or no, that wasn't it.
Right.
And if that wasn't it, okay, what were you
Explain.
saying?
Yeah.
Right. And that's true. It takes self-awareness and self-examination, without a doubt. It does take those things, and it takes, here's what I tell couples, it takes trial and error.
It does. It takes
We-
it takes trial and error, and also you have repetition.
Mhm.
You may not get it right
Right.
the first few times that you do it. It takes repetition, but the more you do it, the more comfortable it becomes, and the easier it becomes the more you do it. But it does take trial and error.
It does.
for
And I'm
sure.
not a fan of trial and error. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not. I want to get it right the first time. I want to get it right every time. Willingness, somebody else said. It takes willingness. Wow. That
Sure.
is 1000%
Absolutely
the truth, because we know often what we need to do.
right. But will
We just don't want to do it.
Right.
And I'm guilty of that. I am. There are times where we've had conversations, but because I'm comfortable in the way I communicate, and I'm not taking time to actually figure out how she likes to be communicated to, I continue to do whatever I feel like doing. So that's a phenomenal observation. It takes willingness. It takes self-awareness. It takes self-examination. It takes you being willing to practice. Because often what we tell couples is, don't try to incorporate these things in the midst of conflict.
Yeah.
I'm a basketball fan. So it's the equivalent of me getting 5 guys in this room right now and forming a team today, and then saying, you know what? Guess what, guys? Our first game tomorrow is going to be against the Knicks.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, that's probably not where we should start. And so it's the same way with communication. Listen, we can talk about what are we going to do for the rest of the day after this session is done, or what do we want to eat, or little things that you can go through that process with.
Yeah.
and build up that communication muscle, if you will.
Yeah.
And then you can apply that to other areas, whether it be conflict management or other areas in the workplace or things of that nature. And so that is essentially what we wanted to share. We just want to whet your appetite about that, and hopefully it's something that you can kind of take and think about as you are attempting to be cognizant of your conversations, because communication is so important.
Yeah.
And being able to level your communication is so important, because it's one thing to just communicate. We did that. We communicated.
Absolutely.
We just didn't communicate well. It
Yeah.
wasn't level. It was very uneven. There were a lot of bumps and bruises, and people left, the conversation feeling worse than when they got there. And we weren't listening well, and we weren't cognizant of tone, and we all of these things that are so important to conversation.
Right.
When we started to practice that explanation, clarification, and negotiation, I'll even sometimes say, and we've been married 22 years, and I'll even sometimes to this day say, I'll actually say it. I'll be like, so can we move into clarification?
Yeah.
Can we negotiate this? And just trying to keep it lively and fun, but really trying to remind ourselves that, hey, we have to keep doing
Have
this,
to keep at it.
right? We
Yeah.
have to keep being willing to use the word that was in the chat. We have to be willing to continue to do this. So listen, hopefully that was helpful to you. Quick and dirty version of the 3 components of effective communication. We are Oliver and Denise. You can find us everywhere if you want to. But this is the thing that we're very passionate about, is seeing relationships thrive both personally and professionally. And being able to have productive conversation is so paramount to that success. Somebody in the comments said, great knowledge and a lesson to follow. Indeed. Both need to be willing to take responsibilities and work together. Absolutely. You have to be, we're a team at the end of the day.
Yeah.
the team wins. Again, going back to basketball, if a team wins a championship, everybody gets a ring,
Everybody gets a
not
ring.
one person, right? We need to win together. And in order to do that, there's some things that we need to be able to do as a team, and learning how to talk to each other is so key. So thank you for taking some time out to listen to us. We appreciate it. Again, to Elaine and the team. Listen, this is awesome. This is awesome,
It
awesome,
is.
awesome.
Yeah.
We're so grateful and honored to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love it. I'm really big on communication, and I'm working through that just with regular relationships. We do have a couple minutes. I do have one question. So not just for couples, but for anybody, what can we do when we already have existing relationships, or we're starting a new one, or I guess revamping who we are? What could we do to make sure that maybe we don't run into some of the roadblocks? I know you said trial and error, but what could we do to prevent some of those things from happening in communication? So we know, okay, don't have a knee-jerk reaction, think it through. Like, what do you suggest?
That's a good question.
Mhm.
That's a good question. I would say begin, and what we didn't really talk about a lot, and where we start couples, because we don't start couples there. Where we start couples is actually helping them recognize what their communication style is, because that's part of it. Knowing how you communicate on one side of the coin and how you would like to be communicated to. And sometimes that's just a question that you just have to ask the other person. Hey, what's your communication style? How do you like to be communicated to? What are the things that are triggers for you? What are the things that aren't? And then you can craft your blueprint based on that. And so we did some work to try to really dig into how we like to be communicated to and what our communication style is. And that helps us approach conversations a lot differently. It also helps us to recognize that in other folks. So once you get kind of comfortable with how you like to be communicated to, and knowing that there are various styles, you and I have a conversation and I kind of pick up some things. Okay, she's a processor, she's a procrastinator. So let me not, I don't want to push too hard, because there needs to be some space. I need to give her space in order to do that. And you start to think that way around folks the more you are cognizant of that.
Yeah, and I would say too, when you initially meet someone and you know your communication style, when you initially meet someone, you can upfront tell them, I'm the type of person where I tend to blurt out, or I tend to speak and be very forthcoming. So if that seems like I'm doing that with you, forgive me. I'm not trying to be rude. That is how I communicate. That's my style. Please let me know if you are, if you're uncomfortable by that, and I will try to adjust my communication style. And again, then the question would come in, how do you like to be communicated to? Because if I'm being forthcoming to you and that's uncomfortable to you, I need to know that so that I can adjust to how you like to be communicated to. But you
Yeah.
can let someone know upfront how you communicate so that you can, at least they're aware when you begin the conversation.
I love that. I love that, you tell people up front. So even if there are any discrepancies, at least and now let's work out the kinks. How can I better communicate with you? I love it. Well, thank you guys so much. I really enjoyed that. I'm sure everyone else did as well. If you can drop any links that we can contact you, if you have any websites, drop them in the chat for us. And thanks again.
Thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Elaine, did you have anything before I move on? No, you're good? Okay. We are now moving on to our next presenter, Mr. Jason Lebowitz, if I said that correctly. Sorry if I didn't. He's the founder of XXO, and today he will be talking about Wired for Connection. So,
Thank you so
there we
much.
go.
Appreciate it. It was an amazing conversation right before this that leads right into this, talking about conversation and connection and healthy relationship with yourself, and everything that was just described. When you're going to meet somebody, you first have to, in order to tell them what your communication style is, you have to have a healthy relationship with yourself. And so we're going to talk a little bit about Wired for Connection and what that means. And when we think about connection, we always think of connection with somebody else. But we're going to be talking about connection to self first, where it all begins. So show of hands, everybody okay with the next 15 minutes. We're going to sit in silence. A lot of look of fear on that one. We're not going to do that. But so many of us actually would struggle with that, of sitting in 15 minutes of silence. And the reason being is because we struggle with going inwards. And so the silence actually, we have a fear of it. And so we're constantly working externally to find something, a distraction to fill that void. And that's one of the big things about healthy relationships. And I'm having a little technical difficulty, so I don't know if you guys can hear me because you're cutting out.
No, we can hear you just fine, at least on my end.
Okay. Okay. So actually going into talking about communication is, a good friend of mine is going through a relationship right now. No kids, they've been together about 6 months. And she's struggling with the intimacy of their relationship. And the one thing that it's missing, and the one thing that it's an absolute non-negotiable for her, is communication. So trying to figure out why she's still in this relationship where her number one must have is communication, and her partner struggles with it. And the reason actually being is because she has a fear of spending that time with herself. I see this all the time. I see it every day in online dating, of people needing to have that distraction. So again, does anybody spend any time with themselves? Meaning not like, let me just clarify that too, is what I mean by that is not going out in nature and listening to something or working out by yourself, but actually sitting fully in silence by yourself. Good. What is it? And I'd love to make this more of a conversation, but what does that feel like?
For me, now it's a necessity. Before it was fear, because to your point, now you have to deal with all of the things that you pushed to the side. But now it's like a way of like, I have to cut everything off. I have to just sit in silence because my sanity depends on it. So I absolutely love it.
I love it. How long have you been doing that for now?
Consistently the past year. Before that, I would start, stop. Oh, I have to do this. I have to do that. But now it's like for like a good year, I've like been pretty consistent with it.
So I love this, and I appreciate you kind of being vulnerable with me. You prioritize the relationship with yourself. How have all of the relationships with others now, have they become much healthier relationships because of this?
Initially, no, but now, yes, because whenever you make a change and people have access to you, and then you kind of cut that off for a certain period of time, it kind of gets a little sticky. But now that people know, okay, Miata needs her alone time, it's like, okay, we can deal with this now. So I can communicate better, not only with myself, but with others as well.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Would anybody else jump into the conversation? I would love to open this up a little bit.
Yeah, I would say for me, over the past year, about the same amount of time. For me, it feels, at least in the beginning, before I kind of really set into it, it's the feeling of isolation where now I really have to think about how I'm feeling, what I'm thinking, and why. And it just brings you to a point where you're almost surprised by some of the things that you've been holding and carrying. And you're like, yeah, I need to let some of that go, or I need to consider this more. That's kind of what it does for me.
I love that. And it's amazing how so many of us can be together with somebody else, but feel isolated. Like we can feel alone in a relationship with somebody else and isolated, or together spending time with ourselves. That was beautiful. Anybody else would like to jump in?
I'd like to share a little bit real quick.
Yes, please.
Is when when I'm in that silent place, which I've been doing for about a year and a half, I'll do a meditation mantras, my affirmations, and I'll journal, my gratitude journal. And then I'll sit quietly and I'll just either look at a candle or just be in that quiet space of nothingness. And I try to do that the best I can. I do have a lot of birds and I have some dogs. So I try to stay in a place. I'll even sit in my closet so that dogs don't want to be with me. So I'll do something where I'll just focus on one thing and I'll bring my gratitude journal and just write a word, focus on that, and then just be in that silence. And in the closet where it's like a soundproof room, like a studio, because you have all the clothes and everything, it's silent and it's cozy. You feel a sense of security and the quietness. Now, I don't want to be in the dark, but I'll definitely have the light on and then a blue pen with a white paper, and things will come up. And then I try to say, okay, well, quiet it down. You don't have to think. And then it just goes into a quiet meditation. And you feel refreshed. It's almost orgasmic. I hate to say it like that, but you feel so renewed and it feels so enlightened. And in that place of enlightenment is you can find that peace within yourself away from the chaos. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And it is, it's almost like a brain orgasm. So it's what's happening. I mean, when you have that time, you go into that space, and everything we're talking about is being wired for connection as we are as humans, but it starts within, connection to self first. I'd love if anybody else, I can't see a full screen, but if anybody else would love to jump in.
It doesn't appear so. So you're good.
Okay. Well, I wanted to keep this pretty short, but I'm glad that everybody was able to share a little bit about themselves. That is really what I wanted to open up the conversation to, is just connection.
Elaine?
Yes, I wanted to. So when I first met Jason, he shared some very interesting thoughts about how humans connect and get to know each other. So Jason, do you want to tell them a little bit about what you do at XXO and what some of this relationship and getting to know each other advice that you give?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And if anybody doesn't know, Elaine is my wife.
Yeah,
We have
after I
excellent
heard him
communication.
explain this, and it was such in-depth knowledge about relationships, it is true. I asked him to marry me right on the spot. So
Yeah. We'll let everybody know when the date is. So yes, thank you. I appreciate that. So what we do is we accelerate human connection. We accelerate life and relationships with our members. And what I look at today is we have a fear of intimacy. We're losing connection to self. We're not having connection to each other. And whether we're in relationships and struggling, or we're trying to date and struggling, obviously, with how dating apps are built, we wanted to create a completely different platform for everybody, a place where we can go inwards first and do the inner work together. And so XXO was born out of my own struggles with unhealthy relationships. And yeah, dating apps are built like a casino. And while there's a lot of people who do have a healthy relationship to self and are looking to find a partner, the majority right now aren't looking for the same thing. And so it's a struggle. And usually, everybody who's in here probably values wellness and personal growth. That's why this Elaine's amazing event for the whole week is based on that. And so usually we're attracted to those who also value wellness and personal growth. And so we created a platform where we get to do the inner work together in live experiences, and rooms like this where we can see each other, be with each other. We have live breathwork rooms, meditation rooms, mindset rooms, self-care rooms. We have sex, love, dating, relationship coaches and therapists. And we've created just our own world of live experiences for connection.
Anybody have any questions about dating, relationships, or anybody have any nuggets of wisdom that you want to share while we are on the topic? What have you learned? What has worked for you?
Can I share a little bit real quick, Elaine?
Sure, yes.
So I know we just finished with a couple with Oliver and his beautiful wife. And with regards to communication and clients, because all of us here, well, I think a lot of us here are entrepreneurs. And it's so simple. When the phone rings, pick up the phone. Instead of going through the whole thing of texting and back and forth, pick up the phone and say hello and not be fearful that there's someone on the other phone that really wants to know who you are or wants to ask you a question or wants to be of a contribution to your business or wants to refer you somebody. Either way, it's always good to pick up the phone. It's a simple thing. Another one is not texting anything negative and having a argument or conflict on a cell phone. Rather than, this is not going to work. I'd rather talk to you in person rather than communicating on the cell phone, whether it's your husband, wife, or colleague, is doing it either eyeball to eyeball or on the phone. I like to, if you're going to have a conflict, I'd rather meet the person in person and settle it and it's done with, because if you keep thinking about it, it's going to fester and get bigger. And when you communicate in person or on the phone or even on Zoom, there's no misunderstanding and everyone's fully expressed and there's no assumptions of anything negative. A lot of people as humans, we go towards the negative rather than assuming something positive. I do my very best to always assume the best, and it's always benefits myself. And if you come from that place of love and gratitude, other person will feel that and they'll connect with you more. So it's just a way of being and connecting with people as humans. We all want to pick up the phone as a human connection. So I know it's a millennial thing. I'm not answering the phone. It's a thing. I don't know why, but it's old fashioned to pick up the phone. So I know when Elaine calls me, I first ring, "Hi, Elaine," and so she's so happy you picked up the phone. I go, "I know, let's celebrate. It's a win." So you never have to chase me down, right, Elaine?
It is a wonderful thing to know that I can call and you're there. They have this song. You just call out my name and
I'm
wherever
there.
I am.
Even if it's 4:00 in the morning, I'm one of those people who would pick up the phone. For you, Elaine, I'm there.
Wow.
I'm 100%.
Well, if it's 4:00 in the morning, you can make an exception and text me.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? I will just have a share here because it was something that I was actually very defensive of when I was younger. And I've just learned to accept this reality as I'm older. Even when I'm on the phone with someone, I have a really strong voice. And I may not be upset or be in an angry mood, but my natural tone of my voice can sound mean. So I used to be upset when people, especially when I was in my 20s, and they would ask, "Are you upset?" I'm like, "No, I'm not upset. Why are you asking me that?" That annoys me that people think I'm upset when I'm not upset. But now that I'm in the place where it's like, okay, remember, it sounds like that to other people. They're not trying to be difficult. They're happy that you're not upset, but just understand that what they're hearing, what they're interpreting, it sounds like someone who's upset. It sounds like someone who's frustrated or disappointed or whatever it is. So I learned to not take it personally and just realize that people are different. We're all different. There's certain things that land on me certain ways. When I hear certain things, I'm like, wait a minute, how did that person mean that? So just accepting the fact that, all right, you have one of those voices, especially when you're, caught up in the moment, you're talking about something you're passionate about, or either sometimes even when I'm thinking through something, I might not be 100% focused on how I'm communicating because in my head, I'm trying to figure it out. So just get into that place, I think, too, of self-acceptance and owning, how you show up to people. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm accepting that I'm being mean when I'm not. Sometimes I'm being mean, but sometimes it's literally just the way I talk. And when people question me or react a certain way, I say, "Oh, that might have sounded mean." And that, I think, is an important part of it too, because we show up different ways that people are not used to. It happens sometimes. So thank you so much, Jason. I appreciate you being here and sharing. Thank you for being a member of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good seeing you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So moving along, if you haven't already, put any information in the chat that we can contact you, any websites, etc., for the audience. Our next guest is, and I'm sorry, I'm very sensitive about pronouncing people's name because mine gets messed up all the time. So how do you pronounce your name?
Asia Carroll.
Asia. I thought it was Asia, but I'm like, what if there's something different? Thank you for being here. You are up next, and you are your business is Modern Day Medicine Women, and you will be doing self-healing through meditation, which I love.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm truly appreciative of the opportunity. I do want to say I did forget sometimes with Zoom, you cannot hear the singing bowls. So I'm hoping that you will be able to hear them today. So these are called singing bowls, and primarily it's something called a sound healing meditation, where the sound will send different vibrations to you to allow you to feel at peace, to allow you to receive whatever peace that you're looking for in the moment. And primarily what I do is I help my clients heal. The name of my business is Survivor Not by Chance. And it's because we survive not by chance, but we survive because we fought to survive. Each and every one of us are working through all different types of trauma, or whether it's grief, whether it's a separation, whether it's any type of situation that may be challenging. And I found a way of healing through meditation. And I think a lot of times we get caught up in our lives in regards to all of these obstacles that we're experiencing, and we forget that we can heal ourselves. There are so many different things that we can do to heal ourselves in so many different moments, and meditation is an absolutely amazing way to heal yourself, to ground yourself, to bring yourself back, to remind yourself of who you are and how powerful you are. Each and every one of us have some type of power inside of us, but we need to activate those powers to make our dreams come true. So I'm just going to test the bowls. You let me know if you can hear them. If not, then I will just do something differently. So if you can, please let me know if you hear the bowls.
I heard it at first, and then it kind of went out for me, but I did hear the.
Okay, so I'm going to test it one more time. You can't hear it?
No.
Okay, no worries. So I'll just do the dings in the bowl so you can just hear the dings. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a couple of breaths. We're going to breathe in and out together. As we're breathing in and out together, think about your intentions. Think about what it is you want to bring to yourself, whether it's peace, whether it's healing, whether it's love, whatever it is in the moment. Just think about what it is you want to bring to yourself. And we're going to breathe in and out together 3 times. Close your eyes. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out.
Alicia, so sorry, we're actually not able to hear that. Just so you know.
Okay, so I apologize. I'm not sure. It's something with Zoom for some reason. I've been having a
It is.
Okay. I've had a lot of challenges, but what I will do is I will explain to you what these bowls do. Okay, so these bowls send vibrations through your body where you can feel different points in your body where you may have some type of challenges. Say, for example, if you're having a hard time with bringing love to your life, or you're having a hard time receiving love from others, this is a heart chakra bowl. This bowl will allow you to feel the energy in your heart space. It will allow you to not only feel the energy in your heart space, but it will open up your heart space. So now you're able to receive the love that you desire. You're able to receive the love that you deserve. When we're meditating, we're sending different types of chemicals to our brain to allow our brain to know we're in a safe space. Not only is it sending different chemicals to our brains, but it's allowing us to connect with God and with source so that we're able to receive whatever energies that we need to receive for ourselves. I have clients who also receive something called quantum Reiki energy healing. And so I can send quantum Reiki energy healing to the group in this space now, if it's allowed. I can change it up a little bit if someone can tell me if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, awesome. So what I'll do is I will send some energy here in this space so that everyone can feel. You may feel vibrations in your body. You may get triggered by certain memories from childhood. You may get triggered by memories of anything that's happening in this moment, in this time, that could allow you to bring in the healing that you deserve and desire. So I'm going to just be quiet for just a few moments while I call upon the energy. And this energy is so powerful. What it does is it allows you to get to the root cause of what's causing pain. It allows you to get to the root cause of what's blocking you from getting to a certain goal or space in your life. And so you may feel vibrations in your body again. You may, when you close your eyes, you may see colors. Not only may you see colors, but you may receive, like I said, those memories. So I need you all to, whoever wants to participate, just close your eyes in this moment. And we're going to take some breaths in and out. Okay, we're going to do it together. This type of energy healing can also heal pain. Think about what you want to focus on right now. And I'm going to send the energy to each and every one of you in this space right now. Whatever colors you're seeing, if you see any colors while your eyes are closed, those colors may represent different chakra points in your body that may need working, so that way those chakras are balanced and not blocked. You may feel tingling sensation in your body. You may feel vibrations in your heart. You may feel vibrations in your tailbone. You may feel chills. Does anyone, if you can unmute yourself, tell me if you feel any of these energies coming to you now in this moment?
Yes, I did. I felt vibration and tingling.
Yes, that's amazing. So allow those vibrations to go into your body. Allow those vibrations to bring in the peace, to bring in the love, to bring in the healing, to bring in the joy, whatever it is you desire, whatever it is you need, allow it to come to you in this moment. I'm going to send one more energy to you, okay? May love surround you. May peace be around you. May peace be inside of you. May joy be inside you. May all of your worry and your stress go away. Whatever pain you feel in your body, may it be at ease. May your muscles be relaxed. Whatever memories you receive in this moment, those memories are letting you know that's an area of your life you need to focus on. Does anyone feel anything else or see anything?
Hi, Asia.
Hi.
Hi. So I see a metallic gold, like sparks, and I see a bright purple when I was closing my eyes, and a
Yeah.
tinkle in my legs, my knees.
That represents your crown chakra.
Mm.
So it's just some things in regards to your crown chakra you're working on. I don't know if you have like a project that you're working on and you're trying to make a decision about something, but that's just that area of your crown chakra being activated right now in this moment.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Anyone else?
My heart rate increased.
Yes.
I don't know why.
That does happen sometimes with the energy healing. And so that's your heart chakra. So there may be some things in your heart you may need to let go of, some people, some situations that you may want to work through to open up your heart chakra.
And just one more thing, I know you, and I'm like, I know her. I live in Philly, and we were at the same event at Conscious Nights, and I remember when you did the bowls, I'm like, I was taken aback. So, oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're here.
Oh, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Yes.
So when you did the first one, I felt vibration and I saw colors going out, but they were so faint and they were so merged together until I couldn't say, oh, I saw this color. It was colors, but it was faint and it was multiple. So it was interesting when I felt vibrations.
Yeah, this type of energy healing can bring in so many different things. And because it's a group setting, it's like I can't get too deep, but it could be representing different colors of the chakras that may need some aligning and balancing. And so, whenever you have the opportunity, please reach out to me and we can do a private session.
Awesome.
I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Are there any other questions? Anything you want to leave us with? Do you have?
I want to
Oh,
say
I'm
to
sorry.
Asia that I love her earrings.
Thank
I
you.
love the way, and I love your background.
Thank you so much. Thank
Very
you
good
so
taste.
much. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions about the Reiki energy healing or even about the singing bowls?
I do. So I noticed that there are different types of bowls and everything. If you could tell us like really quickly, we have 1 minute, like what are the differences between the bowls or how would you know which ones to pick?
I was going to ask that same question.
Really?
So there are multiple different types of singing bowls. Just to be really brief in general, there are different types of bowls that activate different points in your chakras. So there is a bowl for your crown chakra, which is your wisdom, your intuition, your third eye, which is your intuition, following your intuition, your throat chakra, which is you using your voice, speaking your voice, your heart chakra, which is in regards to opening up your heart or clearing out any stagnant energies in your heart. There's also the solar plexus bowl that brings in, that helps you with your security and your emotions. The sacral chakra is your sensuality, your sexuality, being open in that area. And then the root chakra bowl that represents the root, the core, being safe, secure, feeling who you are. But there are also different types of bowls in regards to the different frequencies. And that's way more than time that I have to explain, but there are so many different types of bowls.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll definitely look into them. Elaine, did you have anything else before I move on?
Just to say that was really enjoyable. Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to have a local on this global event. So you now have an international community that you are a part of. So thank you so much for being here today.
It's my pleasure. I appreciate you all for the opportunity, and I will leave my information in the chat if you want to reach
Please.
out.
Yes, and you may not be aware of this, but at 7 p.m. tonight, we have a quantum healing concert. 7 p.m. This is an internationally renowned energy healer who plays beautiful guitar. And so if you have an opportunity to come back at 7 p.m., it is a treat. It's Mark Romero. So I highly recommend it.
Thank you so much again. I really
Yes, thank you.
have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. You as well. So moving on to our next presenters, they have been with us since the very beginning. I actually met them through Elaine, and this is the mother and daughter dynamic duo. They're certified relationship coaches, and today they will be talking about mirrors all around, seeing yourself reflected in others, which is very, very interesting. So Rochelle, welcome, and the floor is yours.
How are you? Wait, let's get into the.
I'm doing great.
Okay, there we go.
You both look
Wow.
gorgeous, by the way.
Thank
Ah.
you. Thank you. So, first, before we even start, I just want to thank you and everybody behind the scenes that have put so much energy and so much time. And that lady right up there, Miss Sugar, that's what she is. She's full of love and sugar. What a perfect name for her. And we love her. She's the best. So it's no wonder that everybody that follows underneath her is just like that. It's all the energy. So I am just tickled for us to be here again and to share with you about us and the topic. So here we go. We are mother-daughter dynamic duo, and we like to play off each other. So just enjoy the ride.
That's what mothers and daughters do.
You have no idea where we're going. So we're certified relationship coaches through the Ford Institute. We're coaching over 24 years, and we teach shadow work, as well as we are
emotional
and spiritual teachings for people that come to us. And it's interesting, we picked the topic about the mirror, and people have a very hard time because it's taking back all responsibility to yourself. And I will tell you, that's not easy, because we always want to put it on somebody else. So,
and especially with a mother or daughter.
Yeah. So
too.
I can just start. You see,
No,
this
go
is what
ahead.
happens to me. But I want Alicia to really, because she's my pride and joy anyhow. She's the baby. So
I'm the
go,
baby.
Alicia.
I'm a 49-year-old baby, right? So no, and it's really true. I think that, especially in a mother-daughter relationship, there are times, we don't want to look at our mother and say, oh my God, she's mirroring something in me that I like or don't like. Do you know what I mean? And so, the work that we've done in 24 years has given us the relationship we have today, which is so easy because we speak the same language. So if I see something in her that I don't like, then I always know it's something in me that I have to see. So there's never this, it's her, because I have to look at, she's my mirror. So everything I see in her, good or bad, I have to own in me. And that's like the world. Whether you want to see it or not, hopefully you do, because there's beautiful gifts in someone showing you a light part of yourself. Maybe it's success, maybe it's love, maybe it's hope, or maybe it's, selfish, or maybe it's mean or rude. But that's a part of who we are. We never want to throw that part away because they really do have gifts to bear and blessings to share and tons of lessons to learn. So
Yeah, that is. so
that's why our
true.
relationship is so stellar, because we don't have that static. Because I know that if I'm triggered by her, it's me. Bottom line. And so we teach people how to look at themselves, and especially through mother-daughter, because I always want to be right, and she always wants to. What's your?
Oh, this is cool. I don't know about you guys, but it took a lot of courage, even with the work I've done since I'm 30, in that I had to say to her, because something was really pissing me off. And I'm looking and I'm saying, what is it about her? And I really thought that I was jealous of her. Now, for a mother to say to her child, I'm jealous of you, that takes a lot of courage. So when I said that, I had to look and say, why am I so jealous of her? And basically what it was is that she's a quick manifester and I'm a quick struggler. That's my life. I struggled and struggled and struggled. I was married to struggle. And so when we were doing a lot of our own work, first of all, which is the most important thing, and then coming together, right, through the pandemic, it's like, okay, what is this about? And I had to share it with her that I was very jealous because she quickly manifests, and I do today.
She does today.
I really do. But it's like, boom, it's lightning.
But again, I was showing her, let's say she was jealous of me, but what she really got out of that is that she could manifest too. So whatever I'm showing her, she can actually use to motivate her, not to go back and beat herself up or make herself wrong.
Or eat over it.
Or drink over it. Just to take responsibility and say, wait a minute, I get that being a human being, you're going to be jealous. Let's be real. Right? But that jealous part of you can motivate you to have what that person has, or what you want, or to exceed higher. Right? So it's not a bad thing to be all of that, and knowing how to use it instead of it using you. That's the key.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if you don't use it, it will use you. Right? Because if she can't be with the jealous, she's going to internalize it and make herself wrong and beat herself up and go nuts, rather than look at the gift. Wow, she's showing me a part of me that I could see I want. Wow, what can I do today to be a great manifester? So you could turn it around, use it as a gift, and empower yourself. Really, that's the gift of all the shadow work, really. I mean, it is a gift if you can really just take it on. It's so easy. I promise you. If I could do it, she could do it. Anyone can do it.
It really, really is. And it's so great to get this piece, because when you get it, you got to take responsibility. And when I first got it and really was conscious of all of this, because consciousness is everything, it was like, I really wanted to blame somebody. I didn't want to take the responsibility back. Go screw yourself. I'm not doing it. I also had to be right about it. It's your fault. It's not mine. But it's a huge, big lesson. And that's what I got to see throughout my life. And so anything and everything that I personally have coached, I've already been there. I've experienced a whole thing. I've experienced, that's Chloe.
Sorry about Chloe.
She can't help herself. She's not behaving.
She cannot help herself. See, this is our shadow, the dog. The dog barking, and you can't control it. What do? You just don't beat her up. You love her up, right? And hopefully she'll get the energetic connection and she'll be quiet. We can use it, right? So, oh my God, how many of you have a dog? We can't mute because we're talking.
Yeah.
So she's gonna just do her thing. So just ignore the love and just go with the bark and enjoy it. Of course, this would happen when we're on and we're trying to do a nice presentation for everybody, right?
And she was sleeping before. So can I tell you how pissed off I was when she started barking and getting up? But then I had to shift my energy so that she can pick up, like, you know, be quiet. So we'll see. But in any way, whatever I have coached in, I've already experienced every piece of my life. And so I can hold a very sacred space for people. And so can Alicia, because whatever she's done, she can basically hold that sacred space as well.
And I also think too, when you can be with what we're talking about, right? All the parts of yourself, not deny it, not hide it, not
Yep.
make it wrong, embrace it, integrate it, use it. I promise you, you're free, emotionally free. You're not triggered. And if you are, then you know, oh, wait a minute, I gotta look. What is it? What can I do about this part of me? How can I love it? And again, it's just a practice like anything else. You know, we're great at going outside ourselves to get what we need. This is all inside work. This is all looking at inside and going, wait, being
How cool is that mother-daughter that
yes, I don't know who that
is?
is, but okay. Anyway,
And we're going with it. Fantastic.
so again, I think that it's probably the most important work in the world today because of where we are in the world. If we're not all of who we are and we're denying ourselves any part of ourselves, then we're not fully authentic. We're not fully authentic. And if you're not authentic, right, then you're just holding yourself back from all possibility.
And that's what a lot of people do. They hold themselves back, knowing that, you know what, we're worth
A million pounds
a
of
million
gold.
pounds of gold.
And again, why would you want to hold a part back? Let's say you need that part of you that has that angry part of you. Why would you shut that off? Because what if you need to use it one day? What if you need to use that angry part of yourself one day? Someone comes to grab you. You want to act like a wild, crazy person so you can deter that person from probably hurting you. I'm saying that's the extreme, but
Right.
if you don't have access to it and you've made it wrong, it's not such, you know, you want to be able to use it instead of it using you. So
Does that make sense to everybody? I would imagine it does, but I just have to ask.
So really, it's about
Oh, I
Dr.
like that.
Love. Hi, Dr. Love. Hi, Renee.
I saw you before. I give you a thumbs up.
And you know, I guess the thing too to do is just to take a hard look at yourself. You know, that would be like step one. What is it that, okay, because this is all about mirrors, right? The mirror around us. What is it that I see in her that I love? Wow, I love her compassion or her unconditional love. She gives it so easily. Look how she looks at me with such love. Wootsy, wootsy. So,
and wouldn't you want that from your mother? Wouldn't you want that from everybody that you come in contact with? Just to show you the love and the admiration. And, you know, I'm in awe of Alicia. I really am. She teaches me still certain things that I don't want to look at. But she shows it to me and I know what it meant.
and then I look at her and I go,
she does. She does.
it's really a great way to diffuse somebody, right? Because if you already inside this work, you know, and she's affected by me, I'll just go, what do you need to look at?
It's true.
You know, and it's fun because you diffuse that darkness, like, oh my God, you know, she's showing, it's not so dark, really. It's not. It's just dark because you're in it. But once you see the light in it, the gift, the blessing,
and there's
it's no
so
longer
many.
dark. You're like, woohoo,
And
I'm free.
You free yourself. You really absolutely free yourself. And that is the
That's
best.
the gift.
That is the gift. Otherwise, what happens, let's say if you get divorced, and I've worked with women that carry this anger, and I'll say, well, how long has it been since? Oh, it's about 25 years. And I look at them and go, how many years? Oh, about 25. And you're the one who's carrying it, and he's either remarried or he's gone out and he's having one hell of a good time. And you're the one who's carrying it.
So true.
You know what I'm saying? And we don't have to do that.
Or you have a mom that's no longer here.
Yes.
And you never resolved your stuff
Yeah.
when your mom was here, and you're still carrying the pain. And 9 out of 10, I'm sure, no matter what kind of relationship, you don't need to hold that, because you want to be free. You want to feel love in your heart for your mom, even if she's not here, or your daughter. And you want to know that in this life that you're free emotionally. Otherwise,
Yeah.
disease happens,
Yes.
things happen in the body because we're holding all of this. Why?
Yep.
Because we told ourselves we have to. And that's not really the truth, by the way.
No, it's really not.
It really isn't.
It-
Half the
it's-
things we tell ourselves are
it's
really not the truth. It's
It
only the
isn't.
belief we held for
Yeah.
500 years from our ancestors and our, our
Teachers, so
generational
yeah.
family that we've taken on. And we have to really recreate a whole new way of being inside of ourselves. So we're free. We're here to be free and happy.
Yes, without a doubt. And it's interesting because my mom is not here, and yet I knew I had to be complete with her. I just knew it. I felt it. And she was a sweet lady. But yet I have 2 other sisters. I was the middle, so I was the most screwed up. But I was willing to look where they haven't, so they remained the same. And what's interesting, one hates my mother, and she's been dead about 10 years now. And so she's carrying that. And the other one has my mother's, it's like a mausoleum. She has her pocketbook hanging on the wall. And I'm looking, and it's because they're unresolved issues. And why not go in? Why carry it? It's not yours to carry. And you do want to free yourself up, and you want to live a happy life. That's what we're here to do, is to live a happy life. And I am so committed to having that happen, because we don't have to have a miserable, horrible life. We need to learn our lessons, whatever those lessons are, so that we can move forward and have a beautiful, beautiful life. So, it's like the movie, The Mirror Has Two Faces.
Did you see that movie?
Did you
That was
see
such a
it?
great movie.
With Barbara Streisand? Fabulous movie. Fabulous movie. And so, because we do have 2 faces, we look in the mirror and we see ourselves, and then we go out into the world and we see everybody else. And everybody else is our mirror.
And the only one we can't see is ourselves.
Ourselves.
So we have to look at all of the people in our lives, whether we like it or not. And really, if we leave you with anything today, it's inside of you.
Yep.
And you can love it, you can embrace it, and you can be free, for sure. We're experts in it, I promise you. I promise.
Who doesn't want to be free? Who wants to be tied down to all these different feelings? And we're carrying it. Why? We don't have to. There is such an easier way to life. But I just, I'm so dedicated to seeing people happy and joyful, especially in this world.
Elaine, you have a question?
Yes.
I'd love to hear.
Yes, this is so much fun. So first of all, you all had a question before mine. So Dr. Renee would like to know if you can show the puppy, because she wants to show her puppy. See, you showing yours gives gives her permission to show her. They look like sisters.
Where's Renee?
They look like sisters.
That's
really?
Chloe.
Yes.
That's my baby.
They look like twins.
Oh, yeah?
Where is
Yes,
she?
they both have ponytails.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Okay, good. I got off of mute. Yes, mine is a Maltese. I have 2. And is yours a Shih Tzu?
Yes, a Shih Tzu.
Can you
Oh,
hold them up
beautiful.
one more time?
Okay. She has a dress on.
Chloe.
so-
Oh, I have little dresses for, look, Chloe, Mama, that's your mirror.
Jim.
All right, and now I'm gonna ask a tough question.
Okay.
I'm gonna get us back on track, but that was fun. That was a
Please.
good therapeutic break.
Thank you.
I listened to a podcast. You two have a podcast, which is it's in collaborations with MAPS Global Events. So we get the benefit of being able to put these conversations on our platform. But you all shared a story, and I believe that the person who was leading this group was the lady who trained you all, who is Deb Ford, right?
Debbie Ford.
Debbie
yes.
Ford. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, you all were in Africa. There was a group of you, and there was unrest.
Oh, no,
And
no, no. We
there
were in
was
It was
fear
in
that
Egypt.
We were in
Egypt.
Egypt.
And there was fear that there was going to be. So can you all tell that story and then tell
Sure.
what she advised you all to do and how you survived that situation?
Sure, sure. So we're in Egypt and we're on this bus and there's about 100 coaches. And all of a sudden we're en route and all of a sudden it got really quiet. And I looked at my mom and I thought, uh-oh, what's going on? And then our mentor and leader at the time, Debbie, she said, okay, we're having a little problem. Okay, we're in a little bit of trouble, but what I'm asking and requesting right now so that we can be sure we're going to be safe.
Because
is
they
that
all had guns.
Because I mean, it was
They had guns
dangerous
all over.
times. And so she said, I'm asking everybody right now to put their attention on loving Egypt, loving all the people in
people.
Egypt. I want you to blast them with so much love that no matter what, they're gonna feel it. And I kid you not, because we're all energy and we are all trained. 1 second, we put all of our love to Egypt and all the people. And I kid you not, in about 1 minute, this teenager, I don't know, maybe he was
Got-
18,
Yeah.
got in front of our bus, literally in front of our bus, and guided us all the way out to safety.
And that was just when they started
And
the
that was,
war.
yeah, there was a war going on, and that's what it takes to be in a high vibration of love. Know that you have the power within to send that love out. And seeing it already done, that you're safe and all the people are loved.
And it
1
shifted.
second later, I swear the guy
It
came out of nowhere.
shifted.
I don't even know where he came from.
I have no
God
idea.
did. God knew where he
Yeah,
came
God
from.
knew.
Because
It
we
was-
just were blasting them.
Yeah, we really
And
was.
it's a really great story. Thanks, Elaine, for
Yeah, that's
sharing
good.
that.
Thank
Because
you.
it's a great reminder that no matter where you are in the world, no matter what's going on in your life, if you can find people around you, that's important, that are in the same kind of conscious, just like what you're
Yeah,
doing
right
here,
here. That's
right?
what
With
you're
all
doing.
of the presenters
Yeah.
that have
the
their
consciousness.
experience and consciousness and love, that if everyone's in that like-mindedness, the world just gets better and
Yes.
better.
Yeah, energetically, if we all gather together, we can heal this world together. And it always comes back to self-love and self-care,
And
period.
love
And
it-
forgiveness.
And forgiveness too.
Forgiveness is a huge one.
But I think, but I think it's so important though, to really take time to look at yourself. You know, no matter what relationship you're in with yourself. So if you want a loving relationship, look inside yourself and ask, what do I need to do to be that much loving within myself so I generate myself out there in the world, but in a male form, right? Or
Yeah.
want a job and you want a career that you
Just start visualizing it.
see it, feel
Yeah.
it, know it's yours.
Yeah.
You're already abundant.
Yeah,
You're already abundant.
that
You just
is-
forget.
And guess what? You marry yourself too. Just leaving you with that. You marry yourself. Now
Okay,
explain that.
Rochelle, I want you to expand
Okay.
on that.
Yeah.
How do you marry yourself?
Well, the things you love about yourself and the things you don't.
Sorry.
So when I got married many years later, what I saw were all the things that this man mirrored back to me was me. I mean, it blew me out of the box. And so when we talked about it, and I said, but I was verbally abused, I was sexually abused. And he said to me, I was too. There is a
Your
connection
mirror.
there.
The mirror.
Yeah, the mirror. And so it's just so fascinating when you get to see that the people that you bring into your world, he was my greatest gift. This man, I thanked him because of the fact that when you get to see yourself in somebody else, it's mind-boggling. So there was so much forgiveness because I met him at 16, I married at 20, but he just displayed anger and just all the things that I was and didn't know what to do with it. I thought I was married to Prince Charming. And I was shocked, but I bless him because I have healed all of that. And so I married myself. Yeah. So it's fascinating.
And that's what we do in all of our relationships. If you look at your
Absolutely.
friendships, if you look at the
Yes.
people you work with,
Yep.
it's a mirror of you.
Awesome.
It is all
We have a
mirror.
question from a lady that I know.
Oh,
Can Robin unmute? I am so happy to see you, Robin. She was unmuted for a minute.
Robin, you're muted.
There you go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, ladies. It's always a pleasure to listen to you chat. So I have one question. You talk a lot about what you're seeing as your mirror, but can you talk a little bit about how as you change, so does the mirror? There may be people in your life that will disappear. There may be circumstances and situations that you're always going through that stop happening as fundamental beliefs change. So can you talk a little bit about what that then looks like?
It's so interesting you say that, Robin, because I haven't let go of you. And I have let go of so many people. So we are very much in alignment. She's like my soul sister from another mother. And so, it's so fascinating because especially through this pandemic, I just got to see I can't be in that energy of people that I used to be with because I shifted and they disappeared. And it was like, whew, that's pretty good. It lightens up the load. And what do you have to say?
Yeah, and I think too, Robin, with what you're asking is that as you continue to do your internal work within yourself and you shift who you are and you shift your beliefs and who you think you are and all the things that we're talking about, the shadow beliefs and all of that internal work, as you continue to shift your internal world, your external world will naturally shift. And those people that were once in that vortex with you are no longer compatible because you've changed so much of your internal world that you don't match anymore. And it's not a bad thing. It's just part of growing and evolving. And you can wish those people love and send them love. It has nothing to do with them. It's just really all about the work you continue to do to evolve yourself.
Yeah, and I also think, and I don't know if you're in agreement with me, but I also think a lot of it happened through the pandemic. That I see a huge shift in people. I see like, it's like when you're in that space, basically alone, you get to see things, or people that are in marriages, they can't even be with each other anymore. There's such an incredible thing that starts to happen.
Yeah.
And I think it was in that realm, it was fabulous.
And we keep shifting all the time.
Yes,
me and my mom.
constantly.
You know, like she gets something new, I get something new. It's like, oh, okay, let's share that. So we're always evolving, even inside my relationship with, of course, myself. But as I continue to grow, she continues to grow, and then we grow together. you
And
just
Stacy.
keep going higher. And then my sister now
All of
is
a
like all of a
sudden.
sudden shifting her life. And
Yeah.
it's just, that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's how it works. It's contagious.
It is. It's very contagious, and it's really, you lighten the load, so to speak.
You can become a light
Yeah,
load.
yeah, you're light worker. But that was good,
Thanks,
Rob.
Robin, for asking. That's awesome.
Anybody else?
Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any questions before we wrap up? And also, ladies, could you put your information in the
can do
chat?
that.
for,
Alicia's gonna do, yeah, Alicia will do
Sure.
that.
I have a
because-
question for Rochelle,
Yes,
real quick.
To
Have
ask you to
you-
put that in the chat, Dr. Renee.
Yeah.
I just want to tell these ladies that I
Okay.
love them and thank them for their support. But we're right at 5:30 and our next presenter is here and he's going to teach us how to read people.
Thank you, everybody.
so we
Right.
can keep it. We have something also that people, we'll put it in and they can DM us. How's that?
Yeah, and you can get a
That's
free
perfect.
ebook with
Yeah.
us. Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Bye, everybody. Love, love, love.
Sorry, I was on mute. We are at our 5:30 mark and we will go ahead and move right along. So our next presenter is Joseph McGuire. He's a facial profiler analyst. And he is going to be talking about your face is your mirror to the world.
Yep, that sounds about right. Am I able to share a screen here?
You should be, yeah.
Okay,
You are.
perfect. Thank you so much. I just get that. I'm just going to share a couple of quick slides just to illustrate what I'm actually talking about. Here we go. Okay, just quickly, my background. I have been working with the ancient Chinese tradition of Miansheng face reading for the past 40 years at this stage. I was reading people when I was a small child, but coming across this tradition, it's a 3,000-year-old tradition, gave me a structure to explain what I was doing. And the basic understanding is that our static facial features reveal so much information about who we are, our personality, behavior style, how we communicate, both in terms of how we receive and process information, how we communicate externally, stress triggers and responses, parental and genetic influences, and a lot more besides. There's an old saying that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Now, whether we get into that or not is a whole other thing, but the eyes reveal so much about our emotional history and also tell us about where we are in our life now and where we can be. So there's the static facial features without even moving a muscle or saying a single word revealed so much about where we come from, where we are, and our potential for going forward. Typically, on a surface level, when we see a face or a series of faces, we get a feeling of attraction, non-attraction, or we have a response usually based on some kind of internal bias. And again, just following up on what the two ladies were saying there, whether we have one of those reactions or not, a positive or negative, it's mirroring something to us about how we are and what we're bringing into the world. I'm not going to get into those faces here, but I'm going to move on to a particular face in a moment and just talk a little bit about that, talk a little bit about what a face reveals in more specific detail. And then I'm going to ask for one, maybe two volunteers to do a short mini reading to make it really practical and bring it home for you. This is the Irish actress Saoirse Ronan, and I know I've heard many variations on her name, but it's actually Saoirse, and the word Saoirse means freedom. So it's a kind of beautiful word rather. So this is her natural face. Obviously, she's made up for a particular event, a particular presentation. And when we see a face like that, we see a face close up, we have a feeling, we have an impression. The face tells a story. But when I look at a face, I'm not looking at it in conventional terms. I'm not looking in terms of whether somebody is conventionally beautiful or otherwise. What I'm looking at is the story the face reveals. And when we look at an individual face, we can break it down into different sections. And particularly here, we can look at the two different sides of the face. If we go down the straight down the middle of the face, the forehead, the nose, the mouth, the chin, the right side of the person's own face reveals their public persona. It also reveals their relationship with their mother and the mother's genetic influence on them. Where the person's left side reveals their private persona and the influence of their father and the genetic influence of their father. So what we're talking about is our face is the present link in a long chain going back into ancient history. And we are the present link in a continuum. And we are not just what our parents gave us or what each individual parent gave us and how they influenced us, but we are what we make of that mixture, and the life experience that we have and how we deal with it, how we're influenced by it, how we digest it and process it reveals where we are in our life. And each section of the face, each feature on the face reveals something about where we are, reveals something about our behavior, our personality, how we process information, etc., stress triggers and responses. And I also learned this initially as one of the diagnostic tools in traditional Oriental medicine. So I'm looking at people's health status as well. But we like to think of our features as being, most of us anyway, like to think of our features as being symmetrical. But just to illustrate that there's significant differences between right and left sides, if we look here, and oops, I've gone too far ahead there. Sorry, I've missed out a slide. My apologies. I was going to show two right sides, two left sides, but I've obviously neglected to stick in a slide there. Let me just stop the share and go to talking about faces specifically. Could I have a volunteer, please? Preferably somebody I don't know, Annalie. Okay. Elaine, I'll let you choose. You're on mute.
Yvette.
Okay, where is Yvette? Okay, let me pin Yvette so I have your full face. Okay. You've just been volunteered, so I hope that's okay for you, and you don't feel too on the spot. This is just a mini session here, and just one thing before I start talking about you specifically, Yvette, and thank you so much for volunteering. I don't say nice things for the sake of it. So if I say something nice to you, which I inevitably will, it's because that's what I see and that's what you're showing to the world. So just a couple of things. First of all, you've got big, lovely big eyes here, which are also deep set. So that tells me a couple of things. Number one, that you wear your heart on your sleeve. You're somebody who is governed by feeling. You feel very, very deeply. But you're not just feeling, because your eyes are deep set like that. You have the capacity to be very present with people and be observing and absorbing a lot of information at the same time, which is kind of an unusual capacity, an unusual ability. You have one challenge for you is not to get too caught up in feeling, because you also have a tendency to pick up on pain, to pick up on other people's pain, and to absorb it, and to be overly impacted by it. So one of your challenges is to allow other people their pain and their experience. It's not necessarily an easy challenge for you, but it's something that's very, very important, because you can support them much more effectively by not being caught in their pain. Does that make sense to you? Okay. It doesn't make you a bad person or anything like that for getting caught in somebody else's pain, but it doesn't really help you or them. Well, so when you feel somebody else's pain, just check in firstly with yourself to ask, can I help? And if you get that clear message that your body will tell you as much as anything, your instinct will tell you, if you get that message that you can help, then ask, how can I help? Because the how will be very important, and the how relates to them and their need at the time, rather than just necessarily putting your arms around them or feeling the tears, because we can be easily overwhelmed by that feeling. Does that make sense to you? Okay. One other particular thing I'm going to say to you now, when I'm looking at a face, I'm kind of like Lieutenant Columbo. There's always one more thing. Well, one other particular thing I would say to you is make sure when you're meeting people, whether it's socially or in work, that you place real value on your time. Your time is important, and other people will pick up the fact that you feel things deeply and I'd say abuse. People can abuse your good nature and abuse your time and take your time for granted, take you for granted, but only if you allow it. So it's very important to you when you're meeting somebody for your well-being that you make sure you know, okay, I'm allotting this period of time for it. And I want to know why I'm there, why this is valuable use of my time. Now, that's easier said than done for you, because you give so much of yourself. But it will serve you better if you place more value on your time. Does that make sense to you? Would you like to unmute and just comment on that?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I do work in a field where you have to be very giving. I'm a nurse practitioner. And so, yes, I understand perfectly where you're coming from. Yes, everything you say makes sense. It's very true.
Yeah. I've just add a couple of other things, and then I'll ask for another volunteer. You also got, and this is kind of tuition bit now for everybody as much as anything. So when you see this in somebody else's face, you've got lovely full cheeks here. So that tells me also, that adds to what I was saying, you're naturally very empathetic. So again, so what your role in life, your professional role fits perfectly, but it's equally, again, just to make sure you're not giving more than you have in the tank, because you can allow yourself to be worn down by just continually giving. So making sure you're taking time for you, and again, you're valuing your time to recharge, refill the tank. And you don't always do that, do you? No. So part of the message that that's been around the whole event here over the past week has been about love for oneself. And it's not a selfish thing. It's not telling other people to go away. It's recognizing the importance of really taking care of oneself as a priority, so that we can help others more.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Yvette.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I remove the pin? Okay, does anybody have any comment or questions on that? Or then I'll ask for another volunteer. No.
I have a question.
Robin, go for it.
You were reading Yvette, but you sounded like you were reading me. I mean, everything you said to her and about her is like, it's me. So are there enough similarities in people's faces that you can feel that level of connectivity to the description for someone else? Oh
yeah, absolutely. You'll often find in a setting like this, there will be a lot of facial similarities, because so many of us are coming from a similar place of wanting to love, wanting to share love, wanting to express and demonstrate compassion. There's so many people in a setting like this will invariably have similarities, but I wasn't going into a lot of specific detail with Yvette there, deliberately, because we have very limited time. Like I could go into a lot more specific detail, and then you would see, if I were to do 2 in a row, it would be a lot of dissimilarities as well. But let me ask for another volunteer, and let's see if I can. Okay. Is that you've just volunteered
I can
yourself?
go. Or Miss Lewis, did you want to go?
Okay, I'm open to all offers. So
You can go, Miss Lewis, if you want to.
okay. Let me
Thank
just pin you here. Okay.
I'm a bit of a
Right.
dark space in my night.
Yeah, you are a little. It's not the light isn't great. It's
Yeah.
it's almost like it's I'm almost sort of seeing you through a haze here.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not great. I might actually choose somebody else because it's just the light. It simply isn't good enough.
No problem.
Okay.
And I'll volunteer if you can see me.
Yeah, I can see you clearly, Soraya. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so here we have a different face. Now you still have nice rounded cheeks, so you have that empathetic quality as well, but your face shape is quite oval. So when we see an oval face shape like that, it tells us that harmony is very, very important to you. Harmony in relationships, harmony in your environment. And if you come into an environment where people are being aggressive, or people are showing anger, stuff like that, you feel very, very uncomfortable. Like you can actually feel it in your body. It's almost like an internal stress. You feel it and you pick up on it very quickly. And even if you go into a room where people have been angry, and the people are still there, but things have calmed down, you will pick up on the fact that, oh, something has happened here. You will know that. You will know that very, very quickly. So for you, one of your challenges is when you're in an environment where people are maybe not fighting or angry, but when they're upset, your natural tendency is to want to fix it for them. You want everybody to be happy. You want everybody to feel well and be all friendly again. It's not necessarily your responsibility. And that's a challenge for you. Sometimes it's entirely the right thing to allow other people to sort themselves out. And then you can actually do more good by talking to them afterwards and at less stress for yourself. Because what happens for you when you try to fix it and they're already in a stress state, you feel the stress. And then even if it resolves itself with your help, you feel really tired afterwards. You feel drained. Does that make sense to you? Yeah.
It does. It does.
Yeah. That's just that partly goes with the oval face shape in general, but I'm also looking at the fact you've got this lovely rounded cheeks, and you also have these big open eyes. So when you see somebody with big eyes like that, it tells you this is somebody who feels things very, very deeply. This is somebody who really comes from the heart. If you're dealing with somebody with big round eyes like that, and this will apply with Yvette as well, but if you're dealing with somebody with big round eyes like that, it is very important, if you want to build a relationship with them, it is very important that you are honest. So you really value honesty. You really value it. It's so central to who you are as a person. And if you feel that somebody is not being honest with you or not being completely upfront, you will feel it. You will feel it like almost in that heart center area, and it's very difficult then for you to really open to them if you don't feel that they are being really honest with you. Correct?
Yes, I'm very empathetic and I'm very sensitive to other people's emotions and the vibrations, but I have been learning to let go and not fix people's problems. I've learned that a long time ago because that's how you get taken advantage of. So yes, you're spot on for sure.
Okay, I'm just going to add one other particular thing here. You notice with Soraya that the way her forehead, it's a lovely curved shape here, but it also curves back at the top. When you see that kind of forehead shape, This is somebody who needs to be expressing her creativity. You are not somebody who can just be in a role, a job where it's just system. That would almost destroy you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you need, and it's almost as important as air to you, that you need to be expressing your creativity in whatever you do. And you need to be allowed to use your imagination, and not just allowed, encouraged to use your imagination, because your imagination is very strong, and particularly because you're coming from a heart-centered place. Your imagination feeds that and fuels it and adds to the creative capacity you have. That makes sense to you?
It does. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we may have time for one more quick one. Does anybody have any questions or observations based on any of that before we take one more?
Do you have a suggestion on when people smile or when they are stoic, even if there's something that's funny?
Yeah, oh gosh, there's so many variations there. The first thing is when people smile, it should be what we call the Duchenne smile. So their eyes should be smiling. And you'll see a lot of, like I showed you an image of an actress there. You'll see it very commonly with people in the public eye, politicians, actors, actresses, singers, etc., that they smile, and it's a social smile. It's just the mouth, and it's not the eyes. But if you're engaged with somebody on a personal level, and they're smiling, and it's just the mouth, and it's not the eyes, they're not really present. They're acting socially. So make sure you don't overcommit yourself emotionally. Very, very important. I've seen that time and again. If people are just being, if something is really funny and they're being stoical, they're not showing any real expression, I'd be a little wary. Again, I'd be kind of withdrawing emotionally. Maybe if I have to still engage with them in terms of conversation, but I would certainly not be engaging with them emotionally. And the one thing then I would be looking at is what are their eyes telling me? And when we're looking at the eyes, it's not just looking, it's what we feel from the eyes. And the reality is, like the stuff I work with, I've been doing it for like 40 years or so, but it's hard. All the stuff I work with is stuff it's hardwired into us. We have only had language, like verbal language, for somewhere between 150 to 200,000 years. But prior to that, for millions of years, our ancestors in whatever form communicated through facial expression, body language, gesture, etc. So this is all, we know all this stuff. And it's really just a case of our bodies remember it. And our whole body is an antenna. Our whole body is continually transmitting and receiving. So it's reminding ourselves, remembering that our body is telling us, our body is providing us with so much information when we meet people. And if we get a vibe from somebody that something is not right, pay attention to it. Pay attention and make sure we're not committing ourselves emotionally to that person or to engaging with that person. That we have to take care of ourselves first. Again, unfortunately, I've seen it too often where people have got the ability to talk and persuade and all of that, and it's not necessarily in our best interest to be persuaded. Does that answer your question?
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was so wise. Thank you for your information.
I have my moments. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And can you put your information in the chat room if you don't mind?
Absolutely. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll give you my LinkedIn profile because I'm most contactable. I'm most active on LinkedIn rather than anywhere else. So if you just bear with me one moment, I'll get that quickly for you.
Thank you, and we call you Joseph. Is that correct?
Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you. Are you in Ireland?
I'm in Dublin, in Ireland. Yes.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Donnelly, John Donnelly?
Oh, everybody knows John Donnelly.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
right.
he's a very special guy. Absolutely.
Yes, he is. Thank you, Joseph.
There we go. Just close the chat. Okay. I'm sorry, funny things coming up on my screen here. Could I have one more quick volunteer, please? Then we close up. Okay, Martha. Martha,
Miata.
is it? Miata.
Miata,
My apologies.
yes.
Miata, my apologies. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, a couple of things here, and I'll make it a little bit different because it's kind of a quick tutorial as well as talking directly to Miata. We notice there's a nice gap between Miata's eyebrows and her eyes. So one of the things that tells us is Miata likes to reflect on things. She does not like to be pressed to make a quick decision now. She likes to make, if there's an important decision to be made, she likes to have time to consider. If somebody's pressing her to say, no, we want the decision now, it doesn't work well. And so she needs to be sure that she has all the information. That's the first thing. The second thing is we notice that her eyebrows are relatively thin. Now, I know many women sort of shape their eyebrows, but when we see the eyebrows are relatively thin like that, you don't like to be overloaded with information. So if somebody is telling you something, you like them to just give you a little bit at a time so you have time to adjust and time to digest it. But if somebody just keeps talking and talking and talking at you, it's like you just glaze over. And it's not that you can't absorb it, but if somebody wants to build, again, if somebody wants to build relationship with you and get on well with you, then they should respect. So somebody else is speaking there. If somebody wants to really connect with you, they need to respect the fact that they should give you small amounts of information at a time, because that's how you most prefer to process information. Is that correct?
Yes, it's very, very on point. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And just one other thing, and this, like I say, I'm like Columbo. There's always one other thing. You've got a lovely round chin here. So that tells me, you're a very determined lady, but also tells me that your ideals are very, very important to you. So if somebody challenges your ideals or your values, somebody questions your integrity, it doesn't go down well, because you are very clear in what's important to you. You're very important about you. It's very important that your character, your inner character, is very clear and very honest. And if somebody questions that, oh no, they're not in the friendship circle. Correct?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. I'm just conscious of the time now, so thank you so much, Miata. Thank you very much indeed. Just going to remove the pin and just come back to the group. Any comments, questions before we wrap up? I'm conscious of not intruding on anybody else's time here. And that was very much a speedy trip through.
Can you see the hand raised? Dr. Anelia has her hand up for you.
Hello, please.
Yeah, well, I'm just so impressed with what you do, and I think it is so helpful. It would be so helpful if you could use it not just for relationships, but also in business, where you help people understand each other better, let's say perhaps in teams, or even in a hiring process. I could just see people saving themselves a lot of time and money if they would come to you and you do a facial analysis. And I know you a little bit, but I do know that you always focus on the good. You're not going to rip someone apart, but you would point out really people's strengths and also maybe something that they need to work on, and it could really be beneficial in a family situation, like individually or just in a group session. So what do you offer? What do you do? I mean, what are your services?
Okay, I'm conscious that this is not a place for selling, but just to say that when I do work with teams and groups and all of that, but when I'm working with somebody on an individual basis, a private session, then I would be going into much more detail, and then I would be talking about not just the positives, as it were. The Chinese perspective has always been that everything contains the seeds of its opposite. So every potential strength is a weakness and vice versa. So there are no absolute strengths or absolute weaknesses, but in a private session, yes, I would be looking in much greater detail and not just saying nice things.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any last comments or questions? Just have I left everybody totally bewildered? Okay, I just say thank you. So I'm very conscious of time and not running over. So just to say thank you so much. Thank you particularly to the volunteers. It's always an honor when somebody is willing to step forward like that. And I hope this has been of value to you. And just to say thank you so much. And thank you for the whole week, because it has been a very special experience.
It definitely has. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So cool. And
You're in charge, Jackie, I presume. So
yeah, apparently, and I am dealing with a shocked electrical system in that we just had a crash of lightning a few minutes ago. It knocked out my power, my internet, everything. And so it all has just come back online, and I'm stumbling around going, okay, now where's my agenda? Who am I supposed to be interviewing? What am I supposed to be doing? I know that shortly we will be having the most amazing closing concert, and this whole event will come to a conclusion. And before we get to that, while I'm regrouping and getting my brain back online, like I got the computer back online, what is it that you all have taken away so far from this event? And you can just start popping that into the chat, because we've been together off and on, most of us, some of us, for an entire week. What is your biggest aha so far? So while you pop that into the chat, we will keep moving on.
If you want, I can introduce the next speaker.
Well, I think it's Patrick Jones.
There you go.
All right. So thank you so much, Sebastian. I really appreciate that. That was lovely. All right. So I'm hunting around for Patrick and going, all right, where is he? Where is he?
I'm right
here.
Here
You
now.
are. Aha.
Hi. Nice to see you.
Nice to be seen.
I'd like to start off by saying good evening to everyone, or good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in this wonderful world we live in. My name is Patrick Jones, and I'm the founder of an organization called Love Sports International. Now, firstly, I would like to thank Elaine and her entire team for the hours of work they've put in to create this amazing event. And to let everyone know, I couldn't be prouder to have been invited to be a part of it. I have so much to say, but I won't be able to fit it all in here this evening. So I'm going to tell you a few inspirational stories that have impacted me and describe Love Sports International's goals, and really try my best not to go off on any tangents. It's a thing that I tend to do. But our organization, Love Sports International, is all about the health and wellness community through sports. We are an all-inclusive organization, giving everyone from the recreational sports person to the professional, with an emphasis on people with all types of disabilities and disadvantaged children having access to the world of sports. I originate from the islands of Bermuda. I'm now living in southern Spain, and I was educated 3.5 miles away from home at boarding school in the UK and in England. When I was growing up during the late 1960s through the 70s, I had a learning disability, which I still suffer from today, called dyslexia. And back in those days, it really wasn't recognized by anybody. And I can honestly say it was probably some of the most difficult times of my life. When I completed exams, I was always the one, I looked at the bottom of the list and worked my way up, because I always knew I wouldn't be anywhere sort of near the top. But I was very, very lucky that fortunately I had a great talent at sports. And I was fortunate enough to be able to go to a school within the UK that balanced education with sports. And I actually went on a football scholarship to the school because I even failed the exam to get into that school because my dyslexia was so bad. But I was accepted into the school because of my sporting ability and the programs they had. And I was very fortunate that all my classes I had were no more than 4 children. So you weren't scared to put up your hand and ask, for any advice. Being in that environment, the class wouldn't progress until such time that everybody understood where we were. But from football, I actually ended up playing rugby. And back in those days, it wasn't a professional sport, so there was no money involved in it. But what it did do for me as an amateur sports person, it provided me with the opportunity to play rugby internationally. And I can honestly say the best education I ever got was traveling around the world playing sports and generally just meeting perfect strangers and hearing their stories. So because of my love of sports, 6 years ago, my wife and myself opened up a golf academy after a number of injuries I sustained from playing the sport of rugby. All other sports became unquestionable for me. So I was able to take up the game of golf and absolutely fell in love with it. So we opened up this golf academy. And it was during that time of having the golf academy that we decided to expand into tennis. And my daughter has an absolute love for playing tennis. And she's reached a stage now at 12 years of age that she's looking and working on the road to wanting to become and making a career out of tennis. The possibility, possibly, she has the talent. It's all about putting the work in to become a professional tennis player. Now, it was during this time that 3 individuals came into my life that absolutely inspired me about giving people with disabilities, especially, access to the world of sports. As meeting these 3 people, I started researching and I discovered here in Spain, it doesn't really exist. And the more research I did, yes, there's lots of organizations around the world. That's why we have the Paralympics and everything else. But it's to a small group of people, not a big group. And what really inspired me to look into this and get into this was one day at my golf academy, a lady showed up and she was in a wheelchair. And she asked, was there anybody here that might be able to teach her golf lessons? And I automatically thought to myself, how does a lady who's in a wheelchair be able to play golf? And as I was talking to her, I discovered she'd had a riding accident. She fell off a horse and fractured a vertebrae in her back that paralyzed her from the waist down. And she had a special chair that lifts her up into a standing position where she can hit a golf ball and then sit down. And these chairs, you can actually take them onto golf courses and she can drive the chair up to the next, her next shot. And I was just like in absolute awe. It was just amazing. And at that time, because I would play sports with anybody, I don't mind what level they're at or anything else. And a lot of people here on the coast realize that. There was a golf tournament going on, and a gentleman called me up and said, we have a gentleman that wants to play in this golf tournament, but he doesn't have a partner. And I know you, Pat, you'll play with anybody. Would you be prepared to play with him? I said, oh, 100%, definitely. I'd love to do that. When I arrived at the golf club, I was introduced to him. His name is Ian Bishop, and he had 2 prostate legs. And it was just incredible inspiration to myself that here was a guy who he was in the Royal Marines, British Royal Marines, and he was actually in Afghanistan. He'd done 4 tours. He had 2 days left, and he stepped on a landmine that blew off both his legs. He lost a couple of fingers. He's got so much nerve damage when he talks to you, his head twitches. But he's one of the most amazing golfers I've ever played golf with. And I was just like, wow, his disability didn't stop him or anything else. And he does some of the most incredible things in the world with his organization, helping people. And he includes everybody, people without disabilities and people with disabilities. He arranges and takes groups of people snow skiing twice every year in France. He does rock climbing. He does survival courses, and that's one of the programs we're going to install into Love Sports International, is team building for corporate events and corporate companies, families, any sort of organizations, that they can come here and do these survival courses with Ian, who has disabilities, who show them how to survive in the wild in extreme situations to help build teams, become reliant on the people that you're working with, your support system and everything else. Now, he was then 2 months ago, he with another fellow who had one prostate leg, the two of them ran well over a marathon from Malaga city center to Gibraltar to raise money for their organization helping veterans with disabilities be able to get back on their feet and become mobile again. And just absolutely inspirational. And through all of that, he was actually picked for the Paralympics to carry the Olympic torch for the Paralympics last year. It's phenomenal. Just it's incredible how much passion and power these guys have. He then introduced me to a good friend of his who is from Atlanta, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, from the state of Georgia. And his name is Buddy Mays. He was in the US Marines, and he was in, where was it? He was in, not Afghanistan, in Iraq. And he was out on patrol in a vehicle when a make-home device was set off on the side of the road, and it ejected him out of the vehicle somewhere close to 100 feet in the air. He landed over 60 feet away from the vehicle, directly on his head. His instinct was to instantly stand up and get back to the people that he was surrounded by in his team. And he realized his legs didn't work. He knew instantly he had a major spinal injury. His team got a hold of him. Obviously, he was injected with morphine rapidly. He was taken back to base where he received 2 surgeries. He was then flown to Germany where he had another surgery. Then he was flown out to Los Angeles where he had another surgery, and then eventually down to Florida in the United States. His accident happened in September. He got back to see his family. It was in January the following year. He was on 28 different types of medication. He was 31 years of age. He had 2 very young children. He thought to himself, how can I ever become a father to my 2 daughters when I'm in this state? He spent 2 years in bed, depressed, worrying about where his life would take him. One day he went to the grocery store and a guy approached him in a wheelchair and said to him, you're in a wheelchair, you should come and join us and play wheelchair basketball. And he just felt like he would never be able to do something like that. One morning he woke up and he thought, let me give this a try. He went down and he played basketball and he loved it. And then he was introduced to tennis. He is now one of the top tennis coaches in the United States for wheelchair tennis. Even his daughters say to him, Daddy, why can't we play tennis in wheelchairs like you do? But he concentrates on being able to participate in his tennis with people that don't have disabilities. It's just absolutely phenomenal. And I'm hopefully going to be meeting him face to face very soon. That his plan is to come here to Spain to help me and my coaches be able to teach people how to play tennis in wheelchairs. And it just awes you how people overcome these problems that they have in life to become such wonderful, wonderful people. And you'd never look at them as having a disability because they're just absolutely spectacular. And it's through this and meeting these three individuals, I decided to do a lot more research on sports for people with disabilities. And that is how Love Sports International was born. I myself went back to my school days to remember how sports had changed my life. And now is the time for me to be giving back to others the opportunity to better their lives through sports. Now, through observing and talking to young people and their coaches, I have found that while sports itself does and does not necessarily improve young people's development, the hidden variables of passion, relationships, and a sense of belonging improve immensely. So when it comes to young people's social, physical development, the focus should not be on which sport to play. And this is why Love Sports International uses a variety of different sports, but on how sport is used. If you support programs focus on unlocking young people's passion, developing meaningful relationships, and fostering a sense of belonging, these programs are extraordinarily powerful. What this means is that sports is a great educational tool. Instilling passion, relationships, and a sense of belonging is something sports can achieve. And as the saying goes, it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it. And that just couldn't be more apparent through what I've discovered by bringing people into sports. We have some absolutely amazing people from the sporting world supporting our vision and Love Sports International itself. This is about helping to get children opportunities to go to top universities on sports scholarships where academically they may not be able to get into these universities, but through sports we can help them and hopefully give them a great start in life. We have created a community that everyone can feel safe and in a very big sense of belonging within our communities. And that's what we want, is people to feel, and it doesn't matter who they are, where they come from, what level of sport they're at, recreational, wanting to be professional, that we can bring them all together and they have a sense of belonging because they feel a part of the community that we've created for them. At the moment, we are presently building a foundation with an amazing sports personality who in principle has agreed to put his name to the Love Sports Foundation. That's why at this time we're not officially connected 100%. That's why I'm not actually going to mention his name as much as I would love to. But once we're signed contracts and everything else, I'll reveal his name to the world. And that will help
Excuse me,
many.
Patrick.
Yes,
Hi, it's Elaine. How are you?
I'm good.
Good, good. I'm so glad you are here. I'm following along. I'm hopping between rooms, so pardon me. Did you mean to share your screen or are you just talking from, did you?
No, I'm just talking. Just
Oh,
talking.
okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any tech issues or anything. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Elaine.
Okay.
And this foundation, we're really hoping it's going to help many of people and children around the world through sports. Now, our goal is to be a fully international organization within the next 8 to 10 years. We want to set a bar in disabled sports organizations. And in other words, there's lots of organizations out there. Through my research, I've found that there aren't that many of them that really promote sports and inclusion, getting everybody involved. because one of our main goals is we want to be able to mix where we can, obviously, is people with a disability to be able to play sports with people without disabilities. And it's very, very, very doable. So that there's no separation. It's all completely 100% about inclusion. Now, before we get to the questions parts, I want to leave everybody with just a thought that they can take with them. And this is something I've personally thought about a lot due to my own disability, learning disability, and what I went through growing up in life. And it goes along the lines of, when you have a regular child, you feel reasonably assured that class participation and decent study habits will result in good grades. These kids have close friends. They get invited to participate in social things like dances, weekend gatherings. They make all the teams. They audition for organizations and clubs. And you give little thought to them remaining academically eligible for participation. But when you have a child with certain differences, this is not often the case. Learning may take longer, and I know that because it took me forever to do things. And through other parts of my life, I've always said to people, I can do a job. I believe in myself that I can do a job as good as anybody else. But if it's written to do with writing and things like that, it might take me a little bit longer, but the end result will be just as good, if not better, than the person that's being interviewed next to me, as a sort of example. But despite all their tremendous efforts, the results they get are often a fraction of their peers, and social acceptance is fleeting, setting them up for a painful comparison and bitter frustration. Instead of a fun, fulfilling experience, schools can become breeding grounds for depression, anxiety, and assignments a battleground, especially at home. It's exhausting both for the child alike and for the parents. That's why at Love Sports International, we want to introduce special education for autism, dyslexia, and ADHD awareness. For all the children who struggle every day to succeed in a world that does not recognize their gifts and talents, and for those who are walking beside them, please let this be a gentle reminder to be kind and accepting of all people. We need to recognize that the playing field is not always a level surface. To myself, children who learn differently, they're not weird. They're not strange. They're merely gifted in ways that our society does not value. Yet they want what everyone else wants, and that's just to be accepted. Now, if you choose, please honor all children who are deemed different. Our world would be far less beautiful without them. Most important thing is, all they want is to have a friend. Now, let that sink in. They just want a friend. And that is what my organization, or I should say our organization, Love Sports International, is achieving through sports.
Patrick,
yes.
that's awesome. And I just want to make sure that there's a little bit of time for people to ask you questions. We've got 7 more minutes.
Yep.
And
all I was going to say was I'd just like to, again, just thank you all for the great work you're doing to make the world a more accepting and better place for us all. I especially want to thank Elaine for all the hard work she has done to make this global event possible. It really, really is to me something special, and I've met some incredible people over this week, and I've heard some amazing stories, and I will be contacting a lot of the people as we go along. And if anybody would like to know more about Love Sports International, I will put in the chat my contacts, so anybody can get in touch with myself. And anybody out there, if they need help with anything, please don't hesitate to contact me.
I really, really appreciate that. Now, Dolores, did you have a question? saw you unmuted, but I'm not sure. Or maybe you just came in and it unmuted you when you walked in the door. There we go. Okay. So Patrick, in the room is Aaron Dodd. And if you don't know Aaron O'Dowd, you might want to get to know him. I think you all will have a lot in common. So please do make sure all of your contact information is in the chat and the two of you can connect. Aaron, I know you might not have heard all of Patrick's presentation, and it's really about an organization that I think is going to be very compatible with yours. So.
Can I ask him a question, Jackie?
Absolutely, Aaron, please do.
Patrick, if someone is visually impaired and blind and they want to do a particular sport or what you've mentioned in your presentation, how does the organization help to support them, A, with their disability, B, with their sport, and C, with what you've mentioned in your presentation so far?
Yeah, it's there's many sports out there that will help people and get people involved that are blind or visually impaired. An amazing thing I saw not too many years ago was a blind individual playing golf, and he actually got a hole-in-one on a par 3. It's absolutely amazing. And they have a thing called a Ford caddy, for instance, and he'll go up and stand in a position and make a noise, a sound, and that person can figure in, make contact to that direction and be able to play the ball in that direction. It's amazing because other senses come alive, and there's lots of people out there that are able to play golf. One of our programs that's absolutely fantastic is the use of animals. And one of the things that I like to promote, and the way I promote it is through horse riding, is, for example, you have, hypothetically, you have a family, say, of 4, mother, father, son, daughter, and the daughter, for instance, has impaired vision or has Down syndrome or something like that. Instead of that person just actually doing a half-hour, 40-minute horse riding lesson, the whole family is included in it. And then after that lesson with the guide, they would go on a sort of 15-20-minute ride into the backcountry where we have a river or a lake, sit down, have a picnic lunch, interact with each other, with the guide, and then have a ride back. So the whole family or group of friends or organization are included in the activity itself, rather than just having a separation that the person with whatever type of disability they have does things solo. It's all about inclusion and getting people to understand other people that have these disabilities that are actually able to participate in sports and be part of the community and part of a team.
Cool. So any other question, Aaron? Anyone else? As we are coming to the end of this. And so Patrick, like I said, make sure that you put all of your information into the chat.
I will 100% be doing that in 2 seconds. When I finish, I will put all in the chat.
Yeah, I get multitasking is not always the best way to do anything. So. Patrick,
yes.
I have a question, which is just how did you get hooked up with this group? How did you get hooked up with Elaine?
Well, very fortunately, I was introduced to a lot of to a gentleman in Ireland that a lot of people will know, who's Lee Tunney Ware. And Lee very kindly connected myself to Elaine about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. And Elaine and I had many conversations, and she really, really loved my organization and the goals we're trying to reach, and everything blossomed from there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's amazing. And Elaine does have that knack that we so wish more people had. So I want to thank you again, Patrick, for coming and sharing your wonderful story and what the Love Sports International is all about and what they are up to.
And thank you very much for having me. And I'm hoping to meet a lot of you in the near future.
Yeah, well, you're going to meet another one right now. Here we coming around the top of the bend here. So, Sebastian, there you are. I was going to say you went off camera. I'm like, oh no, he's gone dark on us. So, are you able to unmute? And we will get this party started.
All right.
Hey, there you are.
I had to stand up for this. It's a different energy when you stand versus when you sit.
Mm-hmm.
What an event. What an event. Oh my gosh. What a journey. I feel like it was a whole month, like, because we were here from morning 9 till evening 9 o'clock. So most days I was sticking through it. How many of you were here for at least 3 days? Put in a number 3, put in a 3 in the chat. For at least 3 days. I know that I've seen lots of faces, lots of names showing up day after day, and that was so amazing to see that type of commitment. And the 3s are coming in, and somebody was cheating and putting in 2s and 1s. Okay, how many was here? How many of you were here for every day? Every day, put a number 1 in there, because in my heart you are number 1. Then. All right, look at that. And we had lots of 3s and 5s and 2s, and the ones that are coming in. Wow, that's commitment. That's commitment. Yes, yes. I heard many times that, and it pisses me off each time, that personal development doesn't work. Motivation doesn't work. And it's potatoes, tomatoes, whatever, because some will explain it in a way that it makes a little bit of sense. But I am what I am today because of programs just like this one here today. I come from a small town from Transylvania. Interestingly enough, I live right near Transylvania right now, but in North Carolina, near Transylvania County. But I'm talking about Transylvania, the land of Dracula in Romania, where I used to be a Hungarian minority and used to get beat up every day for being blonde and blue-eyed or for being Hungarian. So it doesn't matter where in the world you are, there will be conflict. It doesn't matter if it's color, race, or what it is, there will be always something. But everybody in my town, you grew up, you went to work for at a factory, and usually you work in that factory your whole life. And ever since I was a little kid, I was saying that, no, when I will grow up, I will be an author or something. I always said something big. And cowboy. I wanted to be like John Wayne, go around and shoot people, help good people and shoot the bad guys. In school, every kid said, I will be an engineer, I will be a doctor. Sebastian, how about you? I'll be a cowboy. So ADHD was rampant in me. Nothing changed ever since then. It's still rampant. But I started reading personal development books at around age 9. My mother had a big library of some amazing books, most of them novels, but some of them were personal improvement. And I got hooked, and I took out books from library. And then in later years, I bought cassettes, and I am what I am today because of those. Otherwise, I would have ended up also working in a factory. And so, yeah, I'm so proud of you guys also that you're here. And somebody said that knowledge is power. Or many people said knowledge is power, and it is somewhat power, but it's more like potential power, because knowledge, we all know that we shouldn't be drinking Coke every day, that we should exercise, that we should be kinder to everybody, listen more. I know I should listen more. I really suck at that, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it every day, and I do pretty well. But yeah, applied knowledge is power. So we learned here so many kinds of topics about mental fitness, on how to have better control over your mind and how to live a more intentional life, more mindful life through that. We learned about nutrition and about health. We even learned about how to read our blood count. When we get what is that, the blood work. I know that I will watch that one again because that was very interesting, and I know that I want to know what my blood work means. I have very high cholesterol, so I'm curious about all of those little nuances. And we learned about how to improve our communication and relationships, and many more. The replay to this entire event will be available until September 25th. And we will send you the link on Monday morning to the replay. So hang tight. You will be able to watch and rewatch some of this. Look at here is the schedule. Thank you, Yvette. It's an honor to meet you too. I'm always humbled. Yvette says it's an honor to meet me. It's so humbling to connect with people from all over the world. Every time I'm so, touched by how small the world became. We used to be so far, and now look at us. We can hang out from anywhere from the world. So here's the link to the schedule. And there you can see the titles, and you can watch all of the ones that you think are most relevant. And yeah, the replay will be available until the 25th. Now, if you want to own lifetime access to all of them, it's only $95. And I have a link for that also. And if for any reason you cannot pay in one payment, then just let us know, and we will break that up into 3 payments. And if you are in a situation where even that's too much, just let us know. We will make it work. We don't want anybody to have a strong desire to go through this, but because of financial situation, not purchase the replay. So make sure to check those links out. And we are a donation and sponsorship driven organization. Putting together an event like this took us, we started working on this either in November or December, daily, each and every day. Elaine put in every day 5-10 hours. I don't know when that lady sleeps. She's like a superwoman. Sometimes I start hallucinating. I even see the red cape on her. But yeah, she worked relentlessly day after day, and she was working me also day after day. Me and my team, we put together all the tech behind this event. And so yeah, if you can add a donation, like provide a donation or sponsorship, that helps us offset some of the costs. She spent tens of thousands of dollars. She spent a lot on this event. So yeah, every little donation helps, even if it's just $1, whatever you can give. We are very, very thankful for it. And I have the donation link also, I think. If not, maybe Miara, you can find it. You can get it from the maps, or you can go to the maps. Here it is, the maps link, and there is a donation button on that website. So some of the presenters brought up some amazing points that are right in line with what I wanted to talk to you about today. I wanted to talk to you about life by design. And that's why you are here today, because you don't want to be stuck in patterns and in situations that you don't like. You want to improve your life. You want to have better health, better wealth. You want to have more energy. You want to have a better quality of life. And Pat Slater, I loved a couple of the things that he said. He said, once the sun rises and then sets, what will you do in between? I really liked that. And so be intentional with every day. I had an amazing life. Oh my God, to me it feels like it was last year, but it must have been close to 3 years ago. one of my clients asked me, it was the pandemic. When did it start? 2020? So it was right about half a year after the pandemic started. She said, "How are you, E.G.?" And I said, "I'm ashamed to tell you," because she, and I don't know if she's here. If she is, then hi, Elena. She was in Italy, and in Italy, the pandemic was really bad. They had to have a certificate that they had to take out in the street. They had to have a sign stamped to be allowed to go shopping. And so I said, "I'm ashamed to tell you how I am." And she says, "Why?" I said, "Because the pandemic did not affect me, doesn't impact me. I'm still out there hiking, I'm mountain biking, I am working out from my gazebo in my backyard. My life is the same quality, except now I eat better because I don't eat at restaurants, I eat at home." And all of my life was an amazing adventure. And I will tell you a short story, and some of you heard this story. I was 24 years old, and I was working as a surgical assistant in Budapest at one of the biggest hospitals in the Semmelweis urological hospital. And I was making about 47 cents an hour. And I did the math, and I realized that if I work for 10 years, save all my money, don't spend on anything, then in 10 years I can buy a car. And if I work another 20 years and don't spend any money, then I can buy an apartment. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. So I made a decision. I decided that I will become either a millionaire or homeless, nothing in between. And one day, with $5 in my pocket, I quit my job. I had no family around me, very few friends, broke friends just like me. But I had a clear goal: homeless or millionaire, nothing in between. And in a short 8 months, I reached my goal. I became homeless. And for a whole year, I lived at the church shelter. And this is Hungary back in the early 90s, right after communism fell. There was no food at the shelter. I just got a place to sleep. But every day I got out there in the streets, I put on my suit, my tie, and I got out there and I was trying to make my dream a reality. And I got some mentors. I met some amazing people. I enrolled in some courses. I borrowed money from friends, from family, from wherever I could. And by age, it's a long story, but I will make it really short. By age 24, I had about 300,000 in debt because I started a business. I rented office space. I rented a warehouse. I started an export-import company. So I was importing stuff. I got into many things, and I got into lots of debt. By 24, 300,000 in debt. By 25, almost 26, I was on zero. And by 27, I was making multiple six-figure income. And I had my first million in cash on the desk in front of me because I did not know anything about banking back then. And then it was easy to just double it, triple it, and all that. And because of this, I got to travel all over the world in search for products to sell and meeting other business partners. And when I was telling my son about these, my middle son, and of my adventures that came with all of these travels, I met mafia who beat up people right near me, but they weren't hitting me. But it was very scary watching them beat up others, and all kind of adventures. He was saying that, "Dad, every time you tell me these stories, I feel so bad because I'm a spoiled 18-year-old. I just go to school, I come home, I watch TV, I play video games. I don't have any experiences." And I said, "Well, son, you can just get out there and make them." And he said that intentionality, and he did get out there. And he started hiking and going to lots of events. He played bass guitar. He was an amazing virtuoso bass guitar player. And he played all over the South, and he got paid bass ever since he was about 16-year-old, but mostly in local area in the beginning. He got stuck in mountains. I had to go rescue him a couple of times. He had an amazing life. He created some amazing experiences, but he had to start with that intentionality, and it changed his life. Now, if anybody wants to do that, and I know that you in your mind, you can envision a perfect day. Can you envision, put a 1 in the chat if you can envision your perfect day. Like, how would your perfect day unfold? If I asked you, if we had the time, could you tell me, like, what would you do after you woke up? What would you do next, your perfect day, your perfect year, you know, your perfect life? Yes. And many people said it, that if you can see it, you can achieve it, right? So that's the first thing, that you have to see it. You have to design that day, and then you can intentionally create it, because we live in this loop. Too many of us live in this loop where we just keep on taking care of the emergencies. We wake up, brush our teeth, we breakfast, go to work, come home, beat the kids, watch the news, drink some beer, watch TV, go to sleep, and the next day you repeat again the same thing again and again, and it's just like a rat race, just keeps going. But what if you intentionally, you schedule, you choose your path, you choose your choices? Because many of us, we don't choose our choices, and the ones that are coming in, thank you so much for sharing all that. Yeah. You can, and I lost my son in a terrible car accident, and but that was his journey, that was his path, and I accept that. I curled up in my bed, and for like 3-4 months I just sobbed and sobbed. I did not want to get out of bed, and accidentally I got involved with mental fitness, and in about, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I was able to get out of bed and be functional, not sob during the day. Before that, I was shopping, sobbing. I was driving and sobbing, like shaking, and that's how I was driving. And through this mental fitness program, I was able to stop that sobbing and be functional again. And that's something that, if you are interested in learning on how to control your emotion, how to increase your resilience, how to set a more intentional life, because through this, again, I was able to reclaim my life and choose my choices and take steps toward creating again the life of my dreams. I have a group, and I'll put it in here, that I created. It is Happiness and Life by Design. And if you are interested in learning about mental fitness, on how to control your mind and your thoughts better, your emotions, because that's one of the big benefits, that you will learn to control your emotions, join me there. And I also have a link tree where you can see all of my other links and programs that I have. I have a couple of free programs. But it is all up to you. It takes that intentionality, and it takes mental toughness to be able to create the life of your dream, design that life. And I don't know if Elaine is here, if she wants to say a few words about the donations, sponsorships.
Well, Elaine is in the other room and she's winding things up over there. So I will chime in and just remind everyone that the MAPS Global event is not only a nonprofit, it is partnered with another nonprofit for this event. And that's the project in the Mukuru slums of Nairobi, Kenya, where we are involved in saving lives and changing lives. So just want to make sure that people know that it is a bigger conversation. And Elaine popped into the room as I was speaking. So of course she's going to have something to say in the 2 minutes before we welcome our next speaker. And Don is in the house. So
let me just say that through this collaboration, we also developed the International Wellness Alliance. And disregard that link that I just sent. I will send you the correct link. If anybody's interested in joining, and maybe Elaine can tell us a little bit about the vision of the International Alliance as well, and a little bit about the how people can donate or sponsor future events.
So I'm, Elaine, there you are. Did you want to open up?
Did you hear, Elaine, what I said last?
She can't
Oh.
figure out how to unmute, apparently.
Okay, that's okay. Let me see if I can.
Ah, there we go. I found the control.
Hello, thank you, everyone. This is so exciting. I'm back and forth right now. Just so you know, we have horses in the kids' room. We have live horses and live goats. So it was hard to pull away. Yes, we have heart-centered entrepreneurs who are wellness-focused practitioners, coaches. We have gotten together once a year the past 2 years to all put on this week-long event, which is a gift of wellness to the world, is what I call it. And so we've done a beautiful job because of our community. What we want to do is come together throughout the year. So we are looking to start an International Wellness Alliance. You can go to the page, you can read a little bit about it. And if you're interested in just being kept informed, we just want to know how many people see the benefit and are interested in forming an International Wellness Alliance so that we can leverage our power in numbers and broaden the reach of the work that we do. So you can go there to the International Wellness Alliance and read more about that. And then if you can, and if you would like to, we appreciate any support that you can give. You can go to mapsglobalevents.com and there's a donation button right on the first homepage. So thank you all so much. Now I have the pleasure of having Don Brown join us. And just so you all know, Don Brown is such a mentor to me and my family, very supportive as we started our real estate ventures. He's that person that we call all the time, and he answers us and he guides us and has shown us love and respect since we met him. So I am going to turn it over to him. Hello, Don, and welcome.
Hello, Elaine. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me, Elaine?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Well, Elaine, thank you so much for giving me a few minutes tonight. I really appreciate it. But before I begin, I've had the pleasure to be on the Zoom link for a couple of hours yesterday and a short time today. And I think everybody on this call should offer a round of applause to Elaine and her team for putting on an amazing, amazing program. I am so honored to know her and to call her my friend. She's wonderful. Thank you. We're all applauding for you. Thank you, Elaine. Okay, so Elaine offered me a few minutes today to share my story. The story is that I am searching for a living kidney donor. I haven't found one in my living room yet, so I have to look elsewhere. When I've given probably 1,000 or more presentations in my life, in my professional life, and unlike most people, I like to start my presentations with a conclusion. And my conclusion is, as I said, I am looking for a living kidney donor so that I can spend the rest of my time helping others, as I have been doing for the last many years. Most people who are looking for a living kidney donor are married and or have children or grandchildren. And when you see their websites, the story that they tell is about being around long enough to see their families grow and mature as they get older. I don't have a wife. I lost my wife of 40 years a few years ago, and I don't have children or grandchildren. So instead, I spend my time helping other people as much as I can. So I'm going to start by telling a brief story, and I'm going to then describe how you all can help me, and then how I can help you. So my story is very short. I'm 74 years old. I mentioned before I lost my wife about 3 years ago. of 40 years. I live in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. I've been self-employed since 1979. I retired in 2014 when I sold my last business. Then I started a real estate financing business with my wife, which I continue to this day. I was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease about 8 years ago. We don't really know what the cause is or was, but I suspect it was because I was exposed to heavy metals when I worked in a scrap metal business in my early 20s. We don't know for sure, but that's the only thing I can think of. The current status of my kidneys is that they're now operating at about 15% of normal function. And on October 19th, I will have my right kidney removed because it probably contains a cancerous cyst. Once I have that kidney removed, I will likely be on dialysis for as long as I have to be until I can find a living kidney donor and get a kidney transplant. If I don't find a living donor, the waiting list for a donor for a kidney is 5 to 8 years. And if I have to wait 5 to 8 years, I'll be too old to be able to get a kidney transplant. They typically don't give a transplant if you're 80 years old or older. So to qualify for a kidney transplant, I have to be cancer-free, and that's the whole point of getting the kidney removed in October. The last 2 years or so, I've been on a plant-based diet, and as a consequence of that, I feel physically great. I heard a couple people on yesterday's session talk about changing your diet, plant-based and all of that, and what it does is it changes your blood chemistry to alkaline as opposed to acidic when you eat animal protein. And that alkaline chemistry changes your whole body chemistry and it makes you just feel great. So I highly recommend changing to a plant-based diet for your own health. It has nothing to do with religion or anything of that nature. It's just a better, I found it to be a better lifestyle. I spend a lot of my time right now creating content and posting it on my social media, looking for a living kidney donor. I know Elaine and I are friends on Facebook, so she gets to see all my posts and she shares them, I know, as often as she can. And since my wife passed away in 2018, I started and I run the widowers support group of Bucks County. We have about 370 some odd members. We have 2 Zoom calls a week typically, and we get together at restaurants or somebody's home as often as we can. And whenever I can, I coach or mentor young people who want to start or run successful businesses. So that's my story in brief, and I realize I have 3 minutes to go. So how can you help? I post social media several times a week, and my goal is to ask as many people as possible to share these posts as far and as wide as possible. The theory is that sooner or later, someone who has the inclination to donate a kidney, that person is known as an altruistic donor, will see my posts and submit a form from my website for more information. That person who donates a kidney is known as an altruistic person, and I've been trying to understand the psychology of an altruistic donor, and that person has a characteristic known as subjective well-being. And frankly, the theme of everything that Elaine is doing is all about getting you to a place of being of subjective well-being. And what it means is that a person typically has had a successful life. They've had a successful career, a happy marriage, 1 or more healthy children, and is happy with life overall. And they feel, with all of that, they feel like there's something missing in their life, and they want to give back to make a difference in the world. And one way they do it is to donate a kidney to a stranger. That's a person that's known as an altruistic donor. And this, if you want to learn more about this, a woman named Abigail Marsh wrote a book called The Fear Factor. You can find it pretty much anywhere on Amazon or Audible or what have you. How can I help you? I am happy and willing to coach or mentor anybody who wants to grow their business. I don't charge for that. I do it because I enjoy doing it and I've had some success at it. And if you're interested in that, I'm happy to, if you're interested in me contacting you about that, I'm more than happy to do so. So I'm going to put in the chat box my contact information, my website, if you want to learn more about being a kidney, what it means to be a kidney donor, and my phone number if you want to reach out for any reason. So I'm going to reach out here, put it in the chat box. There it is. And please friend me on Facebook, Don Brown, Doylestown, PA. You'll find it. Or go to my website, kidney2don.com for more information. And I think I've left 1 minute to go. So Elaine, do you have any questions?
I would love it for somebody to put your Facebook information in the chat if you don't have it handy. So it's really easy for everyone to follow you. And I don't have any questions. I just want to know if anyone else does. Well, we are right at 7 o'clock. So let me just scan. I don't see any hands up, but I do want to thank you for what you have done for me, for all of the calls, all of the questions that you've answered. And I truly believe that what people put out comes back to them. So you have more beautiful things coming to you. I love you dearly. Thank you so much for being a mentor to me and to my family and friends. Thank you all so much.
It's been my honor. It's been my honor.
Yes, yes.
I put my Facebook link.
Excellent.
Chat.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Don, I
you.
hope you
So,
will-
I
you'll
just
stay
want to just say something really quickly. I know that Mark Romero is here, and it is not a coincidence that I had Don go before him. Mark has been such a support to this community. And for those of you who don't know, this nonprofit organization has only been around a little more than a year, and a lot of people don't take you too seriously. But Mark has supported us from the beginning, and he gives us great support and respect. And I was at his session last year, and I know the love that he puts into his sessions. And I wanted my friend Don to have the benefit of going right before Mark. So it was very intentional, and it speaks to the person and the talent of Mark Romero. Thank you, Jackie.
That's awesome. And I just want to let you know, Don, I'm aligning with you to manifest what it is that you're seeking to manifest. And I think the more of us that can come together and align together, I think you're going to find more than just me willing to align with you on that wonderful vision of yours. So
thanks, Mark. I appreciate it.
Good vibes, man.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So are you ready for me, Elaine? Are you like cutting me loose? That's it? You just go?
I didn't know if Jackie wanted to say anything, but you can definitely go. If Jackie doesn't have anything, she may say something afterwards. You're going to see my camera off for a minute because I'm going to switch my chair. I have been in host chair. I'm going to get a chair that has a high back so I can relax. So if you see me gone, just know that I'm coming back. I've been waiting for this.
Don't worry, I won't take it personally. You go get that chair that works.
You know, I'm not about to get in the way of Elaine or of you, Mark Romero. I know the power of both of you. So please take it away.
Thank you so very much. So good to see you, Jackie. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I am so excited to have an opportunity to share. You know, it's always kind of nice. It's a good thing when you do something and then the next year they ask you to come back again. You know, that's one of those little moments you're like, yeah, okay. That's one of those celebrative moments. So, but thank you. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for everybody that's contributing. That's whether you're a presenter, whether you're a participant, whether you're donating. Just want to extend you just extra waves of gratitude to support us all as we continue to move through this wonderful journey together. But it's beautiful to be back and to have an opportunity to share. And I want to start off with this thought. Within you, within each and every one of us, there is this song. That song, it's our passion, it's our purpose, it's our calling, it's what's been infused to the very fiber of the DNA that makes up who and what we are. We've come here to shine that light into the world, to express, who and what we are, our authentic self, and to put that out into the airwaves, into the space, and to reflect and impact the lives of those around us and in our communities. And I think really in order to be able to do that, we have to be in tune. We have to be in enlightenment. That passion, that calling, that purpose, that's your song. And our inherent actual right is to play beautiful music throughout every facet of our lives, whether it be our health, whether it be our relationships, whether it be our careers, whether it be, our spirituality and how it is that we connect in. Our inherent right is to play beautiful music throughout our experience. But I think all of us know that we go through life and that sometimes we get our strings out of tune. Sometimes we go into a state of disharmony. We deal with the twists and the turns of the, quote, human experience. And many times, much like the guitar, the strings get out of tune. And I think that if there's anything inherently true for all of us is, I don't care how masterfully you play the game of life, the guitar, any instrument, how you express yourself, if your strings aren't in tune, you're never going to make beautiful music. You're never going to reach your full potential. And so we must learn literally how to harmonize our lives, to tune the strings of our own expression so that we can truly bring forward our music and express that into the world. And that's what I'm here for tonight, is to help you to tune your strings so that you can bring your music out to a whole nother level. Because, we might be waiting around a long time for political institutions to change the world. We might be waiting a long time for maybe like medical institutions to create phenomenal change. I'm a firm believer in this, that it's each and every one of us being true to that music within ourselves. That's the catalyst for global transformation and change. So no pressure, right? But it's really up to each and every one of us. So today what we're going to do is we're going to go on a little musical journey. And I'm going to share 3 steps, 3 processes, 3 mindsets, which you're probably aware of, that you've probably embodied to one degree or another, but we're going to bring it down to earth and make it personal so that you can, in essence, really create a shift in your experience right here, right now, and restore harmony to those facets of your life. Restore harmony to yourself, because then you open up to truly playing beautiful music. Now you might ask the question, what puts me out of tune? Well, swimming in this work now for almost 20 years. I reluctantly say that because I can't believe it's almost 20 years. Excuse me. We live in a world that's filled with many miscreations, 80,000 man-made chemicals in our air, food, and water. We all have the latest and greatest technology attached to us. It's become so much of our lives. We got 5G, 4G, 3G, EMFs, Wi-Fi, smart meters, all these different things that are beaming all this stuff into our living space that puts our strings out of tune, that negatively impacts our energy and puts us into a state of disharmony. And just in case that's not enough, let's talk about the most powerful energy disruptor in the universe, that being our own limiting thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions. Those stories of lack, not good enough, this is the way life is, money's the root of all evil. If you're going to be, this is one of my personal favorites, if you're going to be successful, you must work hard. Where do these beliefs come from? And we've all integrated them into the operating system software of our minds that decodes our experience. So these 3 mindsets, processes that we're going to do tonight are really to help you to, in essence, dissolve the old programs that are making you go into that disharmonious state, to rise above these disruptors in our environment, but also to help you to build momentum in your expression, who you are and what you are, how it is that you show up, how it is that you reflect yourself, and also help you to remember just how powerful you are, but how important you are in the world today, each and every one of you. It's like we're all pieces in this puzzle of this thing called global transformation. How many of you have done that puzzle and there's one piece missing? It's very disruptive, right? Each and every one of us is so important. So a little bit of encouragement, maybe perhaps just a little gentle nudge and push to just help you to continue to move forward in your experience. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a recovered CEO. I was in high-tech world for many, many years. I just came up against this wall of discontent and lack of fulfillment in my life. And for those of you who are married or in a significant relationship, you know that our significant others have this masterful ability of being able to communicate without even saying anything. And my wife, Lara, is a master. I come home, she's got the look. It's the, I'm going to hit you with some truth look. And she just got up in my face and she said, you know what? I don't care how much money you're making. I look in your eyes and you're dead. When are you going to have the courage to go for the dream? When are you going to have the courage to take this step away from something that's killing you and ruining your life? And of course, like any good husband, I wanted to immediately find fault with what she had said and argue. But like any really good husband, dude, she's right, you're wrong. Again, it's 362 to 4, just come to terms with it. And so I left, in essence, to save my life and to really discover my purpose and my passion. And that kind of defined itself as a former top consultant to NASA, getting hold of one of my first CDs that I literally had to be forced to produce, and discovering healing frequencies in the music. And out of that whole process, just really unveiled this amazing music and energy healing technology. I would love to say that I thought this stuff up myself and this is what I wanted to do, but sometimes the universe has bigger and better agendas that go so far beyond our visions and our dreams. And that certainly was the case in my life and in this expression. So enough of that. We're going to start with this journey today where everything starts for all of us. And that starts within, through the power of your intention. You are the universe in motion. It is your intentions that begins to orchestrate this beautiful field of energy that makes up everything in the universe. And so with that being said, I invite you just to take some nice deep breaths and to set an intention for yourself. Set an intention for what you would like to walk away from this whole event with. Set an intention for what you would like to walk away from this presentation tonight. You're the conductor, you're the composer. And it all starts with intention. I invite you to take some nice deep breaths. Breathing deeply. Deep breaths. Bringing your attention inward to that place where all change comes from, within, the center of your universe. And as you breathe, just gently set an intention for yourself. A declaration of sorts, a command, an order into the cosmic kitchen. Just take another deep breath. So just take a deep inhale, open mouth, let it go. So where do we begin this journey of truly playing beautiful music? What are the ways of being? What are the steps that we need to take to be able to restore harmony, tune our strings, build the momentum to expressing and shining our light? And this might not come as a surprise, but this first mindset that I really want to share is about healing our lives. You know, all of us have experienced traumas and things in our experience on this twist and this turns of this human journey that we've all been on. And unfortunately, for the most part, it seems like humanity is really good at internalizing things, at sweeping things under the carpet. And we forget and we kind of swallow in these unresolved issues within ourselves, and they don't go away. You can binge watch all the Netflix you want. Those unresolved issues are still there. They reverberate with you. They actually create a sound that echoes out into this field of unlimited possibility that loves to mirror back our stuff. And so we want to be committed to our healing, to restoring harmony to our body, our mind, and our spirit. And it might beg the question, what is healing? Healing, to me anyways, is making the disharmonious harmonious. And guess what each and every one of you has the ability to do? To make the disharmonious harmonious. That's how powerful each and every one of you is. And we want to awaken to that experience. So for the benefit of this evening and to really help to create a shift with perhaps maybe the disharmony you're experiencing in your life, whether it's in your body, whether it's in your relationships, whether it's, you know, the inability maybe perhaps to open up to prosperity, maybe it's challenges in your work, maybe it's a challenge, a spiritual challenge. It can show up and manifest in so many different ways. Our job is to look to see where it is, where it's showing up, and begin to ask some questions. What are you here to teach me? But one of the ones I really like to ask, how do you make me feel? That energy, that frequency. See, we could swim forever in this vastness of the subconscious mind to look for the limiting belief that you picked up from your mom when you were 4 years old. You could be in there forever. But what if the masterful design of the universe actually outpictured it in your life, whether it be in any of those facets that I mentioned earlier, your body, your health, your relationships, your prosperity. And they do. And unfortunately, we've all been kind of conditioned to fight them, make ourselves wrong for having them. And what I vote in and what I want to encourage everybody is to figure out how you can leverage them to take your life to new heights. They're kind of like lights on the dashboard of your car. When the oil light comes on, do you like cover it up with tape and pretend it doesn't exist? No, you let go of what's no longer serving you and bring in something that's in a higher alignment, a higher vibration, a higher state of being, right? But for many of us, we get really good at sweeping things under the carpet. As my mom told me many, many years ago, son, you can sweep all of your stuff under the carpet. Eventually that carpet is going to burst someday. It's going to burst in your health. It's going to burst somewhere in your life. And that is the calling card from the universe. So before we go into this process, we're going to breathe, hopefully, and we're always going to set an intention. So I want you to bring your attention to your biggest challenge, your biggest obstacle that you're encountering right now. What is it? And rather than curse it and make yourself wrong for having it and woe is me and all that stuff, come into it with the space of, what are you here to teach me? How are you here to help evolve my soul? How are you here to help reveal something, perhaps maybe that I need to let go of, that perhaps maybe I need to forgive, perhaps maybe that I need to embody? Then the whole context of the conversation begins to shift between what's happening in our lives or in our physical health and the world around us to what's happening within. And that's where all transformation, all change begins to really set place. So where you're going to set an intention to move through this disharmony in your life. And then I'm going to invite you to just dive into it. Feel the energy of it, the emotion of it. Let go of your judgment of what are good emotions versus bad emotions. Boy, we love to do that, right? We're a bunch of judges. We should all be wearing robes and stuff that judges wear. You know, you got to let go of that judgment. It's just energy. 88.5 doesn't happen to feel as light as 108.5. You have bliss and ecstasy over here, and then you got sadness and frustration and anger down here. Let's face it, this stuff's yummy, right? And this stuff, yeah, you know, it's not so yummy. It's more like a bitter chocolate or something. But it's all energy. And each and every one of you has been gifted with the ability to move and command your energy. And by commanding and changing your energy, you change your resonance, you change your vibration, you change how you show up in the world, and life starts mirroring back something different. So I invite you to get connected to that challenge, feel into it, and then utilize your imagination. Imagine breathing it out and letting it go. If you want to use some colorful metaphors, we're all muted here. You can do that. If you want to cry your tears, cry the tears. If you want to, crunch your face and turn off your camera so nobody sees you, you can do that too. But I invite you to dive into it and purposefully, passionately, and powerfully move that energy out. You see, all those old thoughts, all those old beliefs and perceptions that we were talking about earlier, the most potent energy disruptor in the universe are like these dark balls of energy that vibrate within us. But by you purposefully setting the intention to move through it, feeling the emotion of it, breathing it out, letting it go, utilizing your imagination, it's like this. Till eventually, it's gone. And when it's no longer reverberating within you, guess what? It's no longer out picturing in your experience. That's the possibility of what we need to awaken to. So I invite everybody to just take some deep breaths, get connected, focus on one challenge. You could come back and listen to the recording and focus on another one. But for the sake of our time together, just focus on one, the number one pain in the posterior obstacle challenge you're experiencing right now. How does it make you feel? It makes me feel angry. It makes me feel powerless. It makes me feel frustrated. It makes me feel sad, whatever it is. Set the intention, feel it, breathe it out, let it go. We're actually going to download some codes, so to speak, to help to move some of those programs, break some of those programs up, and dissolve some of those things that are no longer serving you anymore. So I invite you just to take some deep breaths. Feeling into it. Deep inhales. Big exhales. Bringing your attention inward once again. To that place where all change comes from, within. Another deep breath. Bringing your attention to this challenge. Feeling the energy of it. Breathing it out. And letting it go. Deep breath. Imagine it leaving your energy, your space, your body. Take another deep breath. Everything is energy. And because of you're made up of this same magnificent energy that set this universe in motion, you have the ability to move it. Deep breath. Breathe in the notes right into your heart space. Deep breath. Deep inhale, open mouth, let it go. One more time, deep inhale, open mouth, let it go. We heal, we release, we let go. The second step in this beautiful journey is awakening to our power and our magnificence. We have come here literally to play one of the most amazing games in the universe. I call it the cosmic game of hide and seek. You come in here with all of your beauty, all of your grandeur, all of your power, all of your magnificence. You're born into some little helpless baby thing and you promptly forget every single bit of it. And just in case that's not enough, let's give you parents. You get parents that say, well, this is this way and that's that way. And they just are more than happy to share all their stuff with you. Right? Thanks, Mom. I appreciate that. Right? And then we go to school and school says this way and that way, and this is the way the things are supposed to be. And then let's tune into some wonderful media that just loves to fill us with vibrant possibilities and endless joy, right? And so we wonder, we literally hide who and what we are. And then there comes this time in our lives, hopefully anyways, right? I think everybody who's here has had this time where you like kind of go, wait a second, there's got to be something more to life than the way that I've been living. There's something more for me to discover. There's something more for me to unveil. And we need to awaken to this, that you are made up of the same magnificent energy that set this universe in motion. Quantum physics has literally redefined the universe that we live in. The very same energy that put the stars up in the sky, the planets around the sun, does all the cool things in your body without you even consciously thinking about it. You don't go to your intestines, please digest that meal. No, it gets taken care of from that formless substance, that mastery that's within each and every one of us. And we need to awaken to that and begin to start utilizing that power to recreate our lives, to heal our experience, and to awaken. Michelangelo was asked, how did you carve David, the most probably famous masterpiece in the world today? Certainly in the top 10, I would say. And I love his response. He said, I didn't carve David. I just removed the pieces that were hiding the masterpiece within the block of marble. You already are enlightened. You already are divine. You already are beautiful, magnificent, powerful beyond measure. Now it's just about removing the pieces that are hiding that truth so that you can reveal more and more of that beautiful statue that's within you, that's divine, that's perfect, that's enlightened. And out of that process, we take our lives to a whole nother level. And this whirlwind roller coaster ride thing that we've been on for 2 years plus and continues to keep us entertained with our hair flying back and all that good stuff, it's all masterfully designed to shake the very foundations of the world that we've built our lives upon, to bring to the surface all the stuff that says we're anything but powerful, anything but magnificent, anything but deserving, anything but prosperous. And for us to let go of that old programming, for us to move through that experience. So that's why it's important to heal and to let go of those things, but it's also important to awaken. So with that being said, being the masterful expressions of life that each and every one of you is and are, something like that, I invite you to take some nice deep breaths. Once again, starting off with where you access your power, and that is intending. I am setting the intention to open to a whole nother level of my power, my magnificence, my divine essence, whatever terminology and words work for you, utilize those and set that intention for yourself. And so we're going to do something a little bit different this time. I'll prompt you along the way, but we're going to breathe in. But I want you to imagine like breathing in through the top of your head. It's like, can you imagine that? There's an emphasis on imagination, yes, because imagination is powerful beyond measure. We knew it as kids. We forgot when people told us to be responsible. Well, now we're being told, I'm giving you permission to be irresponsible and tune into your imagination and start imagining your life being the way that you want it. But I want you to imagine this musical notes, this light, this energy coming in and just igniting this heart space so that you can awaken to who you really are, because we are all the universe in motion, and the calling card is out. There's a reason why Elaine's doing this program. She's doing it because it's time to wake up, people, and shine and reflect your light and to get whatever it is who you are, your authenticity, your expertise, your message, your calling, to get it out into the world. Now is the time. So with that being said, just take some nice deep breaths. Close your eyes if you're comfortable and just imagine this beautiful light over the top of your head. This light being the very basis, the foundation of this universe. And begin to breathe it in through the top of your head into your heart space. Igniting your divine spark. Deep breath. There's so much power within you. Regardless of what life has perhaps maybe told you in the past, just breathe out that doubt and continue to shine. Take another deep inhale. Open mouth, let it go. strings. Just take another deep inhale, open mouth. Let it go. One more time. Open mouth. Let it go. So we know that to truly play beautiful music, we need to tune our strings through being committed to our healing and our transformation and our evolution. We know that in order to play beautiful music throughout our lives, that we need to awaken to the power that's within us. Awaken it. It's already there. Everything's already there. Do you realize that you have access to the ultimate super internet? Every piece of information available in the universe is available to you through your intuition, through your creativity, through your imagination. It's all there. And now we want to activate this programming within us so that we can begin to download the next great idea, the next creative insight, the next intuitive hit that's going to guide us and lead us on this most amazing journey to expressing ourselves and playing our music and moving forward in creating positive change on the planet. Which brings us to this third aspect, and the final one for this evening is, yes, we want to heal. Yes, we want to awaken. But we also want to begin to orchestrate. We want to begin to really tap into our power and to reflect and to shine our light out into the world. That's the key to your happiness. That's the key to your joy. That's the key to creating positive change and transformation on the planet. So with that being said, how do we do that? How do we create? You know, we've all heard about visualizing before. We've all heard about affirmations and different things. And it's like, you know, we all heard about the importance of focusing our minds and not getting caught up in worry and all those different aspects. But how do we really bring this down to earth and begin to start to being the conscious creator, the conductor, the composer of our experience? Because once we tune our strings and we heal our life and we awaken to just like within each and every one of us, maintaining this musical metaphor of being a Beethoven or a Mozart or an Al Di Meola or whatever type of music that you're into, you have that ability. And we begin to utilize it, yes, through intention, which I think we already know is kind of the basis of everything, but it's going into that sacred space of your imagination and crafting within that space the life of full expression, the life of prosperity and abundance, the life of making an impact on people's lives, the vision of making a difference in the world. Like I can tell you right now, Elaine has a vision, and this vision, what we're experiencing, what you've experienced this whole week, that's a byproduct of a vision. That's powerful. And yes, it's going to continue to grow. It's going to continue to build momentum. And I am sure it's going to continue to teach not only her, but all of us different lessons that we need to in order to grow and to expand and to step into these more unbounded visions. But everything starts within that sacred space of the imagination and tuning into that space, feeling the emotion of that space, breathing it out and letting it go and trusting and expecting the universe to work its magic. So with that being said, I think we need to do a little vibrational tuning to our vision, and I invite you to go into that space for you and to begin to see what it is that you want to create, what it is that you want to express into the world. Breathing deeply. Tuning into that sacred space, that center of your universe, in that imagination. Seeing yourself, expressing your gift, being your authentic self, having vibrant health, opening to more abundance, experiencing joy, passion, fulfillment. Deep breath. So bringing to mind those images and asking the question, how would you feel growing your business, touching more lives, revitalizing your health? Would you feel joy, passion, excitement, a sense of relief? Just breathe that in, right into your beautiful heart space. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. And imagine this beautiful vision of yours being on a little piece of paper and just blowing it and releasing it into the wind. Trusting, expecting, the universe to work its miracles. Take another deep inhale. All right, so biggest inhale you've all day. Just take it in right now. Open mouth, let it go. Another deep breath. Open mouth, let it go. I want to end with this quote. Many people die with their music still in them. Why is this so? Too often it's because they're always getting ready to live. Before they know it, time runs out. Don't die with your music still in you. That's your key to happiness. That's your key to joy. That's your key to fulfillment, is the expression of that music that's within you. And everybody's music here, everybody's, is valuable. Do you realize the most beautiful masterpieces and pieces of art or whatever, there's usually like even more than one of them. There's only one of you, which makes you the greatest and grandest masterpiece on the planet. And you have a very specific piece of music. Be committed to reflecting that. Be committed to taking on your healing. Be committed to being focused on your awakening, working through your issues, working through your stuff, unveiling that masterpiece that's within you, and start tuning into that inner space and wielding this masterful power of yours to shape and shift the world around you. And there's just one thing I forgot to add on about this last part about orchestrating. Begin to discipline your mind to be able to be focused on the vision. We have these minds, they're out of control, right? They're like, you heard this term, monkey minds, right? We all have them. They're all jumping around, doing their thing. They're like the dog on the leash that's out of control. Focus on the breath. Remember, your mind creates the mold in which consciousness will fill. And it's so important to breathe, to get out in nature, put your feet on the ground, pat yourself on the back, give yourself random acts of self-love, and congratulate yourself for your commitment to playing your music and to realize it. That's the key. This is the key to changing the world we live in, is each and every one of us being true to the beautiful symphony that's within. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share. It's been a pleasure and an honor to bring this forward. I do want to invite you to make sure you drink some water tonight. Be extra observant of your dreams. Be extra observant what shows up intuitively, maybe your journal, those different things. Just be extra observant and follow those little inklings. Follow the little breadcrumbs. I guarantee you they're going to lead you on a journey that's ultimately going to help you play more beautiful music throughout every facet of your life. It has been an honor to be part of this event again and to have this opportunity to share. And I just want to thank all of you for your dedication to who and what you are and what you're being and all that good stuff. And it's been an honor to be here. So thank you so much.
Mark, what can I say? I so appreciate you being here, and I'm a huge fan. You have been my mentor and got me through this whole challenging time around launching the mission to end teen suicide. And I just so appreciate you showing up for this event again and for all that you do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We all know that once you are in Elaine Sugar's world, you don't ever leave. She's the epitome of the Hotel California. And so we'll all be around. So I love that people are popping back on their screens, and so that we can have a beautiful, beautiful ending to this event. Elaine, would you like to say a final few words to take us out? And I want to mention that Mark's information is in the chat, about to be hyperlinked. There it is.
Wonderful.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Thank you so much, Mark. I could just go to sleep right now. That is just a perfect ending. And all while I'm working on this event and pulling things together, I'm just thinking, but it's going to end with Mark Romero. So I just have to.
Cool. I love it. I'll serenade you anytime, Elaine.
Yes, it was so beautiful. And it's what those of us who committed our time and our energy to this is because we wanted people to be moved. We wanted people to be inspired. We wanted people to have a vibrant life, and you helped us move closer to that. I'm not sure what you put in the chat, but I caught your YouTube show a few times recently, and it's like this beautiful little musical interludes filled with nuggets of wisdom. So I don't know if you put the YouTube link in there as well. If not, or maybe Katie knows it or someone, but I think you should share the YouTube as well. I enjoy your channel. It's beautiful.
You can find me on any of the social media at Mark Romero Music. And so I try to keep it pretty all in alignment, so I don't have the link right in front of me. I guess I should
No, that's
put the website
okay.
on there, but it's go YouTube, Mark Romero Music. I'll show up, and it's like it's just little day. It's like I just don't tune my strings once and never tune the guitar again. I have to tune that thing all the time. I can play one song, it's out of tune. So, and the same principle applies to you and me. We live in a world that's literally. Thank you for that, Katie. Appreciate that. Boy, she's like wielding the technology sword, huh? There's the link. Okay, thanks. That's like, I'm in heaven. And I want a unicorn horn too. But yeah, it's just we have to have those little nuggets. You want to make sure that you feed yourself as much as possible to keep yourself, moving through this experience, because it is filled with its twists and turns, and it's going to challenge, and things are going to get brought up to the surface. But we all have this ability to be able to navigate through these things. So that's kind of the intention behind the channel, is really to support people as we all move through our lives, bringing forward our music, so to speak.
Thank you so much. So thank you again. And I just want to thank everyone. There are so many people who have put time into this. There is a team of ladies who get together every Monday. They are available and they work. And they just come, and they don't come with an agenda. They come with, what can I do to help? And we just issue out assignments, and they sit there and do whatever they're asked to do. And who gets that? That's because people believe in this community. And I will say all of them are not even wellness practitioners. They just believe in the vision and the idea that we can collaborate and that we can enlighten and uplift people, and that's going to benefit the world. I also always like to acknowledge that it was not my idea to go off on any type of entrepreneurial pursuit, but I must thank Tim Morrison and the Morrison family. It was Tim that planted this idea that, you don't have to just work for someone else. You can create your own. You can put something into the world and something into the universe. So I always want to acknowledge his encouragement for us to create. I want to thank the MAPS Global Events Board. I want to thank them for their consultative energy, their supportive energy. I want to thank all of our sponsors. We have a lot of people who are in-kind sponsors who donated their services that they would normally charge for. Either they were greatly discounted or they did things and they didn't charge us anything. This really is a machine. I want to thank all of you. Some of you just put a positive word in on a post that we put out, encouraging us to keep moving forward, saying this event is going to be great. And you know what? When you did that, you put that energy into the world. And those of us who were working behind the scenes, sometimes when we were tired, it was like, this event, oh yeah, that's right. This event is going to be great. So it's all of us coming together. It's those of you who normally get paid thousands and thousands of dollars, and we ask you to come present and say, guess what? We can't afford to pay you. But yet you said, yes, I will come and I will share what I've learned. I will share my experiences. I will share my passions. Some of you didn't just talk about the knowledge that you've gained. You shared your personal story. And how powerful was that? And I would see the chat light up like, wow, that person just invested in us. They gifted us their story. John Donnelly, who has given me so much wonderful direction and support in this whole nonprofit organization. He is like the mentor that's often behind the scenes, but he's always there encouraging, pushing, seeing who he can get to help you and connect you with. I must thank Sebastian, E.G. Sebastian. I called him EJ at the opening ceremony. I want him to come on and just say a couple of words. And then if Michelle is on the line, Michelle Ranglass, is she on? I want her to say something as well. If you all can just put some positivity into the chat. Michelle is officially our first platinum sponsor. So for the first time, this movement has a platinum sponsor. And it means so much when someone comes out and says, you know what? I know what it takes to put something like this together, and I'm going to contribute in that way to make sure that it happens. So Wherever Sebastian is, I'm going to be quiet for a moment, and then I hope Michelle will say a couple of words next.
I met Elaine about 7 or 8 months, probably 8 or 9 months ago, and Jackie too about that time. And Jackie was saying something that I got into the world of Elaine and I lost my everything. It's all my life is controlled by Elaine. And I'm like, what is she talking about? I'm like, well, it cannot be that bad. And then I got sucked in and now I understand what Jackie meant. But and that's what Elaine was saying, that people, once we join, we want to give. And we give our day and day, we just give more and more because it's an amazing project that we believe in and we don't mind giving. And so we want to invite you, if you're a health or wellness practitioner, or you want to support that community, join the International Wellness Alliance or check us out, and I put the link in here. Sorry, again, let me put it one more time. There you go. And I will add the HTTP so you can click it and just fill out the form on the website, and then we will send you complete details about it. But we are envisioning a global organization where all health and wellness practitioners come together and we help the world heal, help it become a better place, a more positive place. That's Elaine's vision. So as much as I can, I will support that, and I invite you to join us as well.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. You know, we said early on, we had some nights where we were having differences over what we should do with this. And sometimes we were tired and cranky. And we were like, boy, if we are still friends, once this event is over, we'll be friends for life.
You did say that, yes. We were like brother and sister. We were going at it, yelling at each other sometimes, yes. You're like, no.
So I just want to say we made it. We are friends for life. I love you dearly. Thank you so much for everything you have done. Is Michelle here? I'm not sure if she's here or not.
I do not see Michelle Reinhardt, but I'm sure she would have been here if she could.
Yes, she might be working or something. So I just want to thank you all. I will not hold you all on, but I appreciate every presenter. I appreciate every sponsor, Platinum in-kind sponsor, the board members, the ladies who work around the clock, the people who volunteered and they did the interviews on Facebook Live. Oh, my vice president, where's Soroya Morrison? Soroya, can you come on and say something? This young lady, yes, this young lady works year round. She's not just a Monday person. And she said yes to me early on before anything was set up. It was just a thought. So why don't you say a couple of words?
My heart is full, as they say. Thank you all so very much. My heart is truly full. The second annual event truly turned out better than the first one. I must say, Mark, you need to come just every year at the end. Seriously, it was just beautiful. Thank you all to all the presenters, Elaine, for your vision, tech team, moderators. You all did it. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, dear. All right, so I am going to officially let everyone go. A lot of us are tired. I will hang out in case anyone has any questions, but thank you all so much. I appreciate you all. I extend to you wellness, love, health, and happiness.
Good night, everyone. As Elaine said, wish you all health, wellness, and happiness. Yes.
Thank you. Good night.
Good morning. Take care.
Bye, Elaine.
Bye.
Bye, Sebastian. Thank you so much.
Bye.
What a successful event. We can't wait to
Thank
do this
you.
next year.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for everything, Dr. Renee.
You're welcome. God bless you all. You are in our prayers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark.
Thank you,
Hi.
Katie. Thank you,
How are you?
Katie.
Yes, thank you. Oh
Thank
my
you,
gosh, I
Elaine.
want to thank Katie.
Thanks,
Katie,
Soraya.
thank you.
Thanks,
You're
Soraya.
welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
Katie, you are
Bye.
tech therapy. You know that?
Yes.
That's what we'll call you, tech
Yeah.
therapy.
Thank you,
I
Katie.
know
Thank
that's
you.
why you adopted me.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a minute, hold it. Let's not go quite that far.
Hey,
I have
this is the
attempted.
1 week of the year that she
Ah.
has adopted me. This is the
Yay, go
only
Katie.
time
You
she
go,
has
Katie.
higher rank than you. I'm sorry, Mom.
Yay, yay.
Yeah, trust me, I noticed.
Mwah.
Claudia, you
Love
all
you,
did a
lady.
beautiful job with the teenagers today. Thank you so much. I love the
Oh.
heart and energy that you all put out for our young
Oh,
people. I was
good.
so honored to host that room with you all. Thank you so much.
We learned so much and we'll do better next year.
Yes,
You can count
we
us
did.
on your team anytime. You are amazing.
And right back at you, my dear. I
Ah.
follow you and I know what you're up to, so I know you're amazing.
Good
Elaine,
news. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Love you all. Bye you, Jackie and Katie.
Bye.
Love you, girls.
Bye.
Yes, yes.
oh no, she just got off, I think.
Who?
Yvette.
Oh, she wanted to say something?
No, I wanted to say something about her. She just got lost. She's like, what? How did I end up here? I don't know. But I love it
Really?
here.
Oh,
Yeah,
she,
she stuck with us until the last moment.
oh, I didn't know. So she didn't know about this event.
She didn't know how she got on this event, and she was so confused. Like, what am I doing here? How did I end up here? I don't know.
Oh,
But I love it. I love the
yay.
presentations. I'm learning, but this is a new world for me. I've never been at such an event. I don't know any of the, so.
Oh, that is so wonderful.
With us
I am
until the-
happy that you shared that with me. That is awesome. We might have some people. Yeah.
Oh, I love y'all. Thank you so much. I am so enlightened and
Aw.
everything was wonderful. I'm so proud of you, sister. All of you. Y'all
I
did-
love
it-
you.
these
That
shows
is
and
my
y'all
oldest
work.
sister right there.
Okay.
That's Dolores. I love you, Dolores, and I'm so glad that you spent as much time, and I'm glad you got things out of it. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
yes, I certainly did.
Wonderful.
It's
Thank
always
you.
good. It's always good when
talking
family
because I-
shows up.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. All
Yes.
right. I will be
Bye.
talking with you soon. Good
Okay, I
night.
love you. Bye-bye. I'm not sure if some people might have stepped away from their, yeah,
If
they might have
you-
stepped away. Mark, I have to make you laugh really quickly. Did he go? Is he still there?
Here.
Yeah.
So, Mark, you came to the networking meeting, which surprised me. I'm like, oh, wait, Mark Romero's here. But afterwards, somebody said, I can't believe he came to the networking meeting and he was there just like he's a regular person.
I prefer to categorize myself as an irregular person, but that's another story for another time. But
I
mean-
thought that was awesome.
No,
I
that was
thought that was
awesome.
absolutely awesome.
Oh, here's a funny thing I have to share is because, when we did the breakouts,
Yes.
I got broken out with the same people that were in the first time. It was hilarious. So it was like, oh, well, let's just continue our conversation.
There you go. That's
So it
right.
worked out well.
I think that's how Patrick had it designed, is so
Mhm,
instead
yeah.
of just doing like a 5-minute intro to new people, you actually got to
Yes.
build that relationship with the
That's
people
right.
each day while
Yeah.
you were doing the networking.
Yes,
Like-
that was his. Yeah,
Was
that
it
was his
within-
intention.
Unless your name is Jackie, in which case, if there was a room that was lightly attended, he was pulling me out and putting me over.
Ah, good. That's right. Because he knows you can moderate and get things cooking.
Was it you, Katie, who said something about the randomizer?
Yes, but what we did was we clicked the randomizer for the first day. And then for the second day, we did it. And if it looked like anyone was in the same room day 1 and day 2, then we shifted people. So then that way everyone tried to meet new people each day if they did the networking all 5
Love it.
days.
Love
And
it.
it's part of Zoom.
Yes,
Okay.
in the
Love
breakout
it.
rooms, that's part of Zoom.
Wonderful, wonderful.
That's
And then just
awesome.
manual shifting afterwards.
Cool.
Yeah. So we
On that
had
note, I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
turn off the recorder unless you wanted to keep that running.
I
Ms.
just want to
Lewin.
record one thing because
Mhm.
I pulled the names. So we had the Positive Prime Challenge, and I think everyone on here knows what Positive Prime is. And all of the feedback. So people needed to watch 3 minutes of the Positive Prime session. They needed to email us and use one word to describe how they felt after they watched it. I need to pull those and share those with Kim Serafini. I'm sure she's used to hearing it, but they're all so beautiful. I would be busy during the day working on the event, but then those things would pop in. I positively primed, and here's my word, and they are beautiful. So here we go. These are the people. I just broke up the paper so we get it recorded. Caroline won, Lori won, Terry Scott. Oh Lord, I can hardly read some of this. Betsy Champ, Yvette. I called 2 names twice, so I'm gonna do. Oh, I think that's Yvette, the one you
What's
just
the
talked
last, you have
about.
the last name? You have the last
Yes,
name?
it's Burkhart. Yes,
That's she, yeah. Oh,
she
I'm so glad.
won.
Yes.
Yeah, Bonnie. Some of these people I already called. Stig. Is that Stig's camera that's still on?
It is.
Awesome.
You
Stig,
can-
you
can-
won.
And you can barely read them. I wonder who was the person who wrote them.
Listen, I was like, why didn't I get Saray to help me with this? I was going through email, reconciling everything. All right, well, I'm going to go and have dinner. Jackie Simmons, we wrote it out again. By the way, you can turn off the recording while I say this, Katie. I fell in love during this event. Make sure you turn off the camera. So